Good afternoon. I'd like to call to order the December 9th, 2020 public meeting of the Virginia Beach Planning Commission. My name is Dee Oliver, and I serve as chairman of the commission. Before we get started, I've asked Commissioner Inman to please lead us in prayer, and this will be followed by Commissioner Alcaraz leading us with the pledge. If you all will please stand.
Let's bow our heads. Dear Heavenly Father, we come to you today thanking you for your guidance and wisdom. As we begin this hearing today, guide our hearts and our minds in the spirit of fairness, right thought, and speech. Help us to remember our responsibility to serve our community with great insight, guided by understanding, wisdom, and respect for all. As we make decisions today, help us promote the common good as we work together for the betterment of our great city. As trusted servants, we seek the blessings on our deliberations and on our efforts today. We also ask prayers for the family of my friend and great friend of this community and this city, Bob Miller, who served on this commission for several years and in many other civic endeavors to the benefit of our great city. Amen. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And I've now asked Commissioner Klein to introduce the members of the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We'll start with Jack Wall, civil engineer from Rose Hall District, George Alcaraz, building contractor from Beach District, Chairman Dee Oliver, funeral director and member at large, David Weiner, commercial salesman from Kempsville District, Michael Inman, attorney and member at large, David Redman, commercial real estate broker from Bayside District, Steve Barnes, farmer from Princess Anne District, Whitney Graham, real estate developer from Lynn Haven District, and myself, Robin Klein, social worker from Centerville District.
Thank you, Commissioner Klein. Before we explain the rules, we're going to do the election of officers, and Commissioner Inman and Commissioner Redman are going to do that. And after that, Commissioner Redman's going to say a few words about one of our fine city friends.
You know, trying to come up with officers in this bunch is very difficult because, of course, there are, 11 qualified people. And that's one of the things that makes it such a great thing. But we are blessed, thankfully, to have two particularly qualified folks who are ready to step into the leadership shoes. And so it's my great privilege to nominate David Weiner as our next chairman and Mr. Jack Wall as our next vice chairman. And I also, while I'm at it, want to take this time to thank Dave for his service as vice chair. I did that job. That is not an easy job, Jack. You got a lot of loose ends to keep eye on, and you've always done, I thought, a terrific job at it. And at the same time, thank Dee, who has been in our chairman's role for 2 years. That ain't an easy job either. You get a lot of calls, and you get a lot of, you have to carry a lot of things on your back and a lot of traffic like that. I know Dave's going to be particularly well suited to that, but we thank you for your service. You've done a superb job. And we'll miss you, even though you're obviously going to be followed by someone who's very capable as well. So it's my great pleasure to nominate those two, and with thanks to the folks who have served, and we'll look forward to you folks in your new role.
I'd like to second those nominations by Commissioner Redman. These are fine guys that are going to do a great job for the coming year.
Thank you. And then, Dave, if you want to say a couple words? Oh, do we have to vote on that?
I was about to say, I think we need a vote.
All right, let's take a vote.
I will call for the vote.
Thank you.
Commissioner Alcaraz?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes? Aye. Commissioner Costin is absent. Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley is absent. Commissioner Inman?
Aye.
Commissioner Klein?
Aye.
Commissioner Redmond,
Aye.
Commissioner Wall,
Aye.
Vice Chair Wiener,
Aye.
Madam Chair Oliver.
Aye.
By recorded vote of 9 to 0, you have approved the nominations for Chair and Vice Chair as stated.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. A number of folks talked to me this morning and asked that I say a few words on the Commission's behalf, and gosh, it could be a million people's behalf, about our good friend, Bob Miller, who Mike talked about briefly in his very appropriate prayer. He was a longtime member of this commission and very distinguished service while he was here. But he was so many other things in this community to so many other people. He led one of the leading engineering firms in this region and was involved in all kinds of very complex, but in many cases, very advanced and beneficial things to this community. He was very, very, very deeply involved in civic affairs, specifically with the Special Olympics, which is what I remember him from, but a host of other things as well. You found him at forums all the time, just contributing his thoughts and his expertise, and it was a real contribution. You always came away with Bob's input an awful lot better for having him there. My best recollection, though, is, and I think a lot of people will recognize this, Mike and I talked about it earlier, every time I ever talked to Bob Miller, within 30 seconds, I was laughing. He always had a smile. He's one of the most cheerful and affable and seemingly happiest people I ever knew, certainly in this forum. But I was always glad to see him. He was always nice to me, whether I deserved it or not. He was always nice to me. And I'm sure he was that way with everybody. I think anybody who is around him for a significant amount of time would recognize, and I certainly hope agree with that. So we're all the poorer for his passing. He was a great guy. He was a very accomplished commissioner who contributed an awful lot to this community, and he will be sorely missed. So on behalf of this commission, our best to his family. We'll remember him very fondly. And, take a little bit of his attitude in everything we do probably would be a great way to respect his legacy, and I'll certainly try to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave, for those kind words for one of great citizens of the city of Virginia Beach. Before we move on, I do want to just, there are two missing commissioners. One is not here due to he has to have some surgeries, so he wants to kind of stay tucked in the house. And Mr. Hornsley, unfortunately, is having some back issues. So we are missing them greatly today, and we wish them well. And with that, if our clerk will go ahead and read us the rules of the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Virginia Beach Planning Commission takes pride in being fair and courteous to all parties in attendance. It is important that all involved understand how the Commission normally conducts its meetings. It is equally important that everyone treat each other and the members of the Commission with respect and civility. The Commission requests that if you have a cell phone, please either silence it or turn it off. This is an abbreviated explanation of the rules. The complete set of rules is located in the front of the Planning Commission agenda. The following is the order of business for this public hearing. Withdrawals and deferrals. The chairman will ask if there are any requests to withdraw or defer an item on the agenda. Consideration of these requests will be made first. Consent agenda. The second order of business is the consideration of the consent agenda, which are those items that the Planning Commission believe are unopposed and which have favorable staff recommendation. Regular agenda. The Commission will then proceed with the remaining items on the agenda. Speakers in support or opposition of an agenda item will have 3 minutes to speak unless they are solely representing a large group, such as a civic league or homeowners association, in which case they will have 10 minutes. Please note that the actions taken by the Commission today are in the form of a recommendation to the Virginia Beach City Council. The final decision to approve or disapprove an application will be made by the City Council. The Commission thanks you for your attendance, and we hope that your experience here today leaves you feeling that you have been heard and treated fairly. Thank you.
Thank you. The next order of business is to address those items to be deferred or withdrawn. The chair is aware that the following items have requested to be withdrawn: number 9, 10, 11, and 12 for an indefinite withdrawal, and items 21 through 30 for 30 days. Is that correct? Deferral. Oh, I'm sorry, did I say withdrawn? Sorry, these are deferrals. And are there any other items that are up for deferral or withdrawn? No? If we don't have any objections to the ones that are being deferred, I need to have a motion, please.
Madam Chair, I move for approval for deferral items 9, 10, 11, and 12 to be indefinite deferred, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, and 29, and 30 for a 30-day deferral.
Thank you. Do I have a second, please?
Second.
Call for the vote.
I will call for the vote. Commissioner Alcaraz?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes? Commissioner Costin is absent. Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley is absent. Commissioner Inman?
Aye.
Commissioner Klein?
Aye.
Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
Aye.
Vice Chair Wiener?
Aye.
Madam Chair Oliver?
Aye.
By recorded vote of 9-0, items number 9, 10, 11, and 12 have been indefinitely deferred, with items number 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30 with a 30-day deferral.
Thank you. The next order of business, we will now address those that have been placed on the consent agenda, and the vice chair will handle this portion of the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have 7 items total today on the consent agenda. First one is item number 1, Franklin Johnson Group Management and Development, conditional change of zoning to B2 Community Business District, conditional 824 Apartment District, 925 Military Highway. And do we have there Mr. Beeman? Come on forward.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the commission. For the record, my name is Rob Beeman. I'm a local land use attorney at the Troutman Pepper Law Firm, here today on behalf of the applicant, Franklin Johnston Group. We've had a chance to read the conditions. They're acceptable, and we certainly appreciate being on consent today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there any opposition to this being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, Mr. Redmond, read this in the record for us.
Thank you, Mr. Wiener. This is an application of Franklin Johnson Group Management and Development, LLC, for a conditional rezoning from B2 Community Business District to A24 Apartment District. Specifically, this is a request to rezone a 9.45 acre parcel on South Military Highway for a multifamily residential use. It's in an existing, relatively urbanized corridor, so there are some particular considerations that go with that. And because it was an industrial site, appears to be some small environmental concern, which the applicant is well prepared to address. The plan depicts 5 4-story multifamily buildings, a 1-story clubhouse building, an outdoor swimming pool, and a stormwater facility. The landscape has a landscaping plan which so far appears to meet the city's guidelines. That, of course, like so many other things, is ultimately subject to final plan review. It's a very appropriate development for this site. It's an improvement to this site, and it provides a need in housing which is very deep within this community. The staff supports it. We're unaware of any opposition, and the commission therefore approves it by consent. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Redmond. Next is item number 4, SCARLET Dawn Windley for conditional use permit for home-based wildlife rehabilitation at 4933 Gulf Stream Circle. Do we have an applicant available? please come forward. Hi, welcome. Please state your name for the record.
SCARLET Dawn Windley?
And are the conditions acceptable?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank
can
you.
sit down, thank you. Is there any opposition to this being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, Mr. Wall has been asked to read this into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Weiner. This is a conditional use permit for a home-based wildlife rehabilitation facility. The applicant is requesting for a home-based wildlife rehabilitation facility to provide emergency care for juvenile wildlife located in the Lark Downs neighborhood. For the last 7 years, she has held a license through Virginia Department of Game and Inland Fisheries to rehabilitate orphaned and baby mammals. The applicant obtained a conditional use permit in 2017 for this use at her previous residence in Virginia Beach. Animal Control noted that there were no reports of complaints associated with her operation. The applicant works closely with the refuge in Suffolk. This request is necessary for the applicant to provide emergency care for abandoned and injured infant squirrels, possums, and raccoons on the property. No adult animals will be accepted or treated. The raccoons will receive rabies vaccinations at around 12 weeks old. Animals will be kept indoors until 2 weeks before their planned release. At that time, they are transferred outdoors within a proposed enclosed 5-foot wide by 10-foot long by 6-foot tall structure with a concrete floor at the southeast corner of the backyard that is entirely enclosed by a 6-foot privacy fence. The proposed enclosure will meet the required 5-foot rear and side yard setbacks as required by the zoning ordinance. No animals will be released on site, and according to the application, all releases will occur on wooded lots in Hampton Roads with appropriate permission. The applicant is amenable to the conditions. There's no opposition, and staff recommends approval. Therefore, we have placed this item on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Wall. The next item is item number 5, Shawanda M. Bentley for conditional use permit for home-based wildlife at 1204 Orkney Drive. Is the applicant, please come forward. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Shawanda Bentley.
Shawanda. Okay. And all the conditions acceptable?
Yes, they are.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there any opposition to this being placed on a consent agenda? Hearing none, Mrs. Klein has asked to read this into the record.
The applicant is requesting a conditional use permit for a home-based wildlife rehabilitation facility to provide emergency care for juvenile wildlife in an R20 residential district located in Bellamy Manor. Animal Control noted that there were no reports of complaints associated with the home-based rehabilitation operation. The applicant plans to provide emergency care for infant small mammals, birds, and waterfowl. No rabies vector species will be kept on the premises, and no animals will be released at the residence. During the initial phase of rehabilitation, all wildlife will reside inside the existing garage within enclosures appropriately sized for the species. Prior to release, animals will be transitioned outdoors to an existing 10-foot by 16-foot accessory structure located behind a large hedge in the backyard. The structure is enclosed with a 1/2-inch steel hardwood cloth that extends 6 inches below ground level and is located 42 inches from the rear property line. Based on this encroachment into the 5-foot rear yard setback, a deviation to the setback is requested. This structure is completely enclosed by a 6-foot tall privacy fence. The applicant is a licensed Category 4 wildlife rehabilitator with the Virginia Department of Game and Inland Fisheries and works under the supervision of a Category 2 rehabilitator sponsor. There is no known opposition to this request, and it is placed on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mrs. Klein. The next item is item number 8, Atherton Construction for modification of conditions at 3177 Virginia Beach Boulevard. Is there an applicant available? No applicant available.
Just give us 1 moment to make
Okay.
sure.
It is being played real time in the other room, so if you want to repeat if the applicant's available.
Yeah, no problem.
Thomas Atherton. Mr. Atherton is a virtual participant in today's meeting. If you could unmute your mic, we were going to, and pause for 3 seconds, we will begin your speaking. Go ahead and feel free to begin your comments.
This is Thomas Atherton. Can you hear me?
I got it.
Go ahead with your comments.
All right.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. Please go ahead with your comments.
The conditions are acceptable, and we appreciate the recommendation for approval.
Is there any opposition to this being placed on the consent agenda? Hearing none, Mr. Alcaraz has been asked to read this in the record, please.
Thank you. Agenda item number 8 at 3177 Virginia Beach Boulevard is Zone B2 Community Business and is located within Lynn Haven's strategic growth area. The applicant seeks to modify the boundary of the site that is associated with the conditional use permit for religious use that was granted by City Council in 1978. The applicant seeks to allocate almost 1 acre of the northern portion of the property in order for redevelopment of the site for retail. The concept submitted depicts the area as a new parking lot for a new retail development that can be constructed with the B2 Community District as a matter of right. The remaining 6.2 acres exceeds the minimum 3-acre requirement for freestanding church, and the removal of the acreage leaves 286 parking spaces, which exceeds the requirements. Based on these considerations, the Planning Commission has recommended approval for this request subject to the conditions in the staff report, and we've placed it on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Alcaraz. The next items are on the consent agenda from the short-term rentals. The Planning Commission places the following applications for a conditional use permit for short-term rentals on the consent agenda. These applications meet the applicable requirements of Section 241.2 of the zoning ordinance. Staff supports the applications, and there is no known opposition to the request of items 13, 14, 15, and 18. That being said, I move for approval on the consent agenda, items 1, 4, 5, 8, 13, 14, 15, and 18.
I'll second it.
Excuse me, I believe we had item number 20 on the consent agenda as well.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's right, that's
Yeah.
for short-term rentals.
Yes.
I'm sorry, item 20 also. I'm sorry, I
I don't
apologize.
think the opposition's here. Thank you.
Yeah, item 20 is on the consent agenda. Thank you, I'm sorry.
I will call for the vote.
Right before, I need to abstain from item number 15, 4500 LLC at 4500 Oceanfront Avenue, Virginia Beach, Virginia, 23451. I am the sole owner of that property and the sole managing member of the 4500 LLC.
All right, I will call for the vote. Commissioner Alcaraz,
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes, Commissioner Costin is absent, Commissioner Graham,
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley is absent, Commissioner Inman,
Aye.
Commissioner Klein,
Aye.
Commissioner Redmond,
Aye.
Commissioner Wall,
Aye.
Vice Chair Wiener.
Aye.
By recorded vote of 8-0 with 1 abstention from Madam Chair Oliver on item number 15, items number 1, 4, 5, 8, 13, 14, 15, 18, and 20 have been approved by consent.
Just to clarify for the record, Madam Chair Oliver, you also vote aye on the consent agenda?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'd like to thank all the applicants that, who had a matter on the consent agenda today for this hearing, and these items will now be scheduled for hearing with the City Council agenda. The next order of business will be to address the remaining matters on our agenda. And we'll give everybody time that needs to go ahead and leave the room that had something on consent so that we can change out seats.
For those watching in Suite 4, if any are here to speak on items 2 and 3, please make your way to Suite 5.
Items number 2 and 3 are conditional rezoning on property located at 212 Fair Lady Road. Is the applicant present or the applicant's representative? Please state your name for the record.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, for the record, Eddie Burdon, Virginia Beach attorney, representing Performance Collision Center. With me today is Mr. Don Smith, Vice President of the corporation, Barry Frankenfield, who's a landscape consultant on the project. I'm supposed to be here. He may be here outside. I'm not sure. This application involves a property containing 2.76 acres that was assembled by the city. It's in the APZ1, Accident Potential Zone Number 1, and the highest noise zone proximate to NAS Oceana. The city acquired this property using taxpayer funds to help protect Oceana from encroachment. This property is located at the intersection of Potters Road and London Bridge Road. Also is adjacent on the west side to Fair Lady Road. For those of you who may not be aware of this, Fair Lady Road was the London Bridge Road, which was a significant two-lane arterial roadway in Princess Anne County and the city of Virginia Beach for a century. It became Fair Lady Road in 2003, 2004 with the new London Bridge Road that we all drive and know where that is. But prior to that time, it was an extremely busy two-lane arterial London Bridge, that being what is now Fair Lady Road. I want to thank staff and most particularly Marshall Coleman for their work with us on this project. As you see up there, the project property is basically a triangle. There are no adjacent residential properties. There are properties across Fair Lady, formerly London Bridge Road, from the property. The proposal is to construct a 15,000 square foot, one-story building in which all the office functions and work on vehicles and storage of any manner will occur, all behind closed doors. And no vehicle, per the lengthy list of conditions that is in the state of being repaired, can be stored outside. If it's vehicle's being worked on, it has to stay inside at all times till it's completed. The building itself has high-quality exterior building materials as well as architecture with white board and batten siding, with white and gray architectural metal siding accents and shutters. There are 3 glass overhead garage doors, 1 facing Potters Road, 2 facing due south in the back. There is customer parking provided in front of the building, between the building's frontage and Potter's Road, and there is a large parking area in the rear. That area is completely fenced. There is a 6-foot maintenance-free vinyl fence around the entirety of the entirety of that lot, and there are also gates to that, which I'll talk about in a second. The fencing is set back over 25 feet from London Bridge Road. It's set back 20 feet from Fair Lady. On the Fair Lady side, it is heavily, heavily landscaped, and it's also very well landscaped on the property itself on all other sides of it. The 2 access points per city's requirements are on Fair Lady, the primary one being the northern one. There is a gate between the western side of the building that closes off the rear parking area, and there is also a gate that will close off the secondary entrance-exit, more than entrance, on the southern end of the frontage on Fair Lady. Per condition, no vehicles can be delivered to this site or removed for this site, for that matter, between the hours of 6 in the morning and 8 at night. The gates will be locked, and there will be no access other than the fire department. The operation of the building will be between the business, not just the building, will be between 7:30 in the morning and 6 in the evening on 6 days of the week. The business, it's a 1-story building. The business, if it's as successful as we hope it will be, there will be probably an average of 3 vehicles being brought to the site on a daily basis, some days more, some days less, but over the course of a year, probably around 3, maybe 3-4 vehicles a day for work, all of which has to be performed by condition inside the building with all of the doors to remain closed. The business will employ 18 people at max. I forgot to mention, too, there's a dumpster on the property. The dumpster is within the fenced area in the back at the southeast corner of the lot. It's furthest away from Fair Lady. And inside the lot that's fenced and landscaped on the outside, we've got landscaping around the dumpster enclosure inside the enclosed lot itself. So you can't get more enclosed for a dumpster to meeting all requirements. The landscaping, we believe, exceeds all requirements, and we know that the setback on the Fair Lady side exceeds what is required, and the width of the landscape buffer exceeds what's required. As I mentioned at the beginning, the property is in APZ1 highest noise zone. The property used to be a trailer park. Mr. Dehart had a house on the corner on Potter's Road, where the house was, where most of the road is now, but where this was a trailer park, and not a particularly nice one either back in the day. I had the privilege, my uncle and aunt lived on the opposite side of what was then London Bridge Road from this property for many, many decades before they passed. All the conditions that staff has recommended on the use permit are acceptable to my client. It's also heavily proffered, as you all know. Staff has recommended approval. We hope that you will see fit to make the same recommendation to City Council. I'll be happy to answer any questions any of you may have.
Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Bourdon? No?
Thank you very much.
We have 2 speakers on this item.
Okay, and before we get started, I just want everybody to be mindful there is a 3-minute time limit on speakers, and so just be cognizant of that as you start. Thank you.
Susan Betts.
Welcome. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
My name is Susan Betts, and I just wanted to say I've resided on Casey Court for 10 years. I'm a little nervous. I've never been in this situation before, but as long as I've lived there, there's never been a trailer park on that parcel of land, and this is a community of neighbors and families who walk their pets and children down that street and where school buses come. It's zoned residential, I do believe now, and zoning it industrial will bring tow trucks and rollbacks down a street that, is in a quiet neighborhood where we have London Bridge Boulevard already, and further down the street is already zoned industrial, and I'm under the impression they already are off of Central Drive, so I'm not sure why they have to relocate, but it's definitely not going to help the curb appeal in our neighborhood where our families and children and pets go, and they have to come in on Fair Lady and not London Bridge, which is already busy. And I do remember, too, when it was one lane both ways before the on-ramp came to the, right there where they built the on-ramp, which makes it nice, but there's already a lot of traffic down there, so I don't see how that's going to help. And I don't see if it's zoned residential, why they can't put more residents or another business that's not zoned for light industrial. So I think if something like this was going up in your backyard, I don't know how you'd feel about it, but I certainly, think they could put that land to better use than something like that, especially when there's places a stone's throw down the road. I thank you for your consideration and time, and I'd like to keep it green. I mean, I was listening earlier about how Virginia Beach needs more bike paths and things like that, but a dog park and my other neighbors off of Apiary, they have young kids, said, hey, how about a children's playground? But I guess, people want to pave paradise and put up a parking lot, so to speak. So I hope that doesn't happen, but it's kind of out of my control, but I wanted my voice heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anybody have any questions? Okay, thank you.
J. Augustin.
Welcome. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Jay Augustin. Thank you, everyone, for having me here today. My name is Jay Augustin. I'm a proud homeowner in the Fair Lady Place, the 10-home cul-de-sac you'll see on the top part of that screen right across from the blue, directly across from the site. We have 4 children in our house, ages 3, 6, 9, and 14, and I'm here speaking today in opposition to the rezoning request. My primary reason for this is that the noise that it will bring to the area. It's a collision repair center that's being proposed. Between tow trucks, flatbed trucks, delivery trucks, dumpster trucks with their backup beeping, the noise unloading cars, and the noise that will resonate from the building repairs itself or from the repairs themselves, it'll bring a disruptions to a very peaceful area. This is why zoning ordinances normally for businesses of this type typically reside in industrial areas rather than in or at an entrance of a neighborhood. Did you need me to take off my mask? Okay, good deal. I do agree that the structure of the building is attractive, but the cars coming there and the noise it will bring will not be. In fact, 9 dwellings on Fair Lady Road will directly be affected as they will be either directly across or, contrary to what the gentleman said earlier, there is a dwelling that is right next door. There's a duplex with 2 families that live in that dwelling. Personally, I'd like to see a park in that area, if not more housing of some sort. However, I understand that due to H-use, is that pronounced properly? H-use? Neither are possible, as stated by the landscape designer and former planning commission member on the Zoom call that the developer kindly hosted. With that said, I know that Virginia Beach isn't in the business of owning land and using revenue for the city's preservation. Thus, it's a matter of time before a business of some sort will eventually be there, especially due to its location. However, no offense, but I oppose any industrial type business on that piece of land due to its close proximity to the residential family dwellings. Personally, the next ideal scenario, in my opinion, would be a professional office space like what is currently across the street on Potter's Road that has doctor's offices and a physical therapy center. If not that, maybe a coffee shop, a donut shop, or a bakery or something of that nature, which would be much more complementary to a neighborhood other than an industrial business. In my opinion, Performance Collision Center would be much better suited across London Bridge, which you can't see, preferably at the former Commerce Park at the corner of Beach Boulevard and the Expressway where London Bridge is. And this would give them an even better location in terms of access, be visual from the expressway and not have any residential concerns and not alter the way they operate their business. As you search for win-win scenarios between the business, the city, and residents, this would be it. Otherwise, should all parties involved voting this choose to move forward despite these concerns, that I believe that we need to address the following. Number one, or first and foremost, can we move the entrance from Fairlady Road to London Bridge? Both entrances on the site will be on a road that currently residents ride their bikes, like the young lady that said earlier today, is important.
Thank you for your comments.
Oh, sorry. Is that my time?
Yes, sir, it is your time.
No worries.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Madam Clerk, do we have any more speakers?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Burdon?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank Ms. Betts and Mr. Augustin for their constructive comments and for their being here today. I will address a couple things, but I neglected to mention. I passed out before the hearing, and you all have a letter of support from a family on Fairlady, as well as from the London Bridge Baptist Church. I provided all those. They should have been at your chairs when you came back from lunch, letters of support of this project. This one thing I want to point out that may not be something that the speakers were aware of is that, as I said, the property is in the APZ1, accent potential zone number 1, and the highest noise zone. Therefore, it cannot be developed residentially. That's the reason why the city acquired it in the first place. And it's been in our comp plan, been known for decades now that this property and others like it, with the appropriate type of landscaping, development restrictions, et cetera, would be some form of light industrial. That is the only thing that can go there. The uses that were described for almost every one of them is not allowed now because of conflicts with NAS Oceana and the airfield. The entrance to this facility is not directly across from the entrance to Fairlady, to be clear. We have intentionally shifted it so that we never wanted it to be lined up with the entrance to Fairlady, so there's no conflict there. The property we have a huge B&P on the south end of the property that is larger than probably 4 lots combined in Fairlady. Before you get to the duplex that is located to the south of us, it's not a part of any neighborhood, and it's been there, frankly, for probably 50, 60 years, maybe even longer, quite honestly. So the application is an excellent application for this location. We have placed the entrances where we've been instructed to place the entrances by city policy, by city staff, and we have met with the community. My client's an upstanding member of this community. He will abide by all the conditions and will make sure the landscaping is to the point you won't be able to see what's going on there in a short period of time, but nothing will be going on other than vehicles being parked, because everything will be closed and everything's done inside the building. There's one house on Fairlady Place that is the side of the house faces London Bridge Road. That's the only house that is really in close proximity, but again, it's on the opposite side of London Bridge Road. Landscaping on the east side of that property as well. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions if you may have any.
Does anybody have, Mr. Alcaraz?
Mr. Burdon, I was just looking at something. I just want to clarify something, and maybe your client can answer this, but you guys are showing a fence detail, and it looks like it's kind of, I guess you call it corrugated. Is that for sound? Because it's kind of got a thick structure to it.
It's a high quality, maintenance-free vinyl fence, and it is solid. But in terms of
it's got a detail, and it looks like 2 inches thick, and I'm just.
It's not a thin little fence. You're absolutely correct. But I would say it won't keep the jet noise away.
Sure.
But which this area again, highest noise zone. But with the land, what we've attempted to do, and with Barry Frankenfield's help, is to create a very solid landscape buffer, that will be the best noise attenuator, much more so than just the fence. But between the fence and the heavy landscaping, that all up and down Fairlady, on that side where we got the heaviest landscaping, that's the noise attenuation, the better noise attenuation than just the fence. The noise will bounce off the fence. The heavy landscaping absorbs some of the decibels.
All right, thanks. Just hold on. Mr. Tan, Mr. Burdon mentioned residential uses, but Mr. Augustin actually asked, I just want to confirm it, on the uses for office, coffee shop, doctor's office. Can you confirm that?
Yes, sir, Mr. Alcaraz. So in the APZ1, which is one of the higher accident potential zones other than the clear zone, those types of uses as retail food services are not permitted per the zoning ordinance. So many of those retail uses that allow for folks to be located there for longer periods of time due to the safety concern are permitted use.
Okay, thank you.
But commercial uses would be, you're just saying that it's...
It's very limited. This is one of the more limited ones other than the clear zone. So reading through the use table, regular retail sales is not permitted. Even the retail sales of food, eating and drinking establishments. So those are the typical, even personal services, which cover the majority of the other uses, Mr. Wall. So they would not be permitted in the APZ1, so they could not be a use permitted on the site.
Yeah, you all don't see applications to put APZ in APZ1 commercial uses because Mr. DeHaan is correct. It is exceptionally narrow in APZ1.
Thank you. Does anybody have any more questions? Mr. Graham?
Regarding an access point, right in, right out on London Bridge Road, I understand that it's a limited access road. And traffic engineering has looked at it, and it is too close to the two intersections. Is the applicant opposed to having an entrance on London Bridge if they were able to get it?
Mr. Graham, we have been told that it is city policy that there wouldn't be access onto London Bridge Road. A right in and right out, I don't see that personally, I don't see that being a problem. There isn't room to have a median break and a full entrance, clearly. But I don't know, based on my years of experience, I don't know how the right in and right out is a safety issue. However, we are abiding by and have every desire to abide by what the city policy, as I understand it, that was set by City Council some time ago is. But certainly, we're doing what we're told to do.
Sure.
And if City Council wants to tell us to move it to London Bridge Road, I'm certain we could, but we would not be looking for any median break.
Okay. I mean, it seems like it's a low traffic impact. So a lot of other uses, not that there's very many uses, but any other uses, I mean, they're going to have access from Fairlady as well.
That's correct. That is 100% correct. And this truly is a low impact, and we are restricting the hours of operation and the utilization of it in order to minimize any impacts.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions? Yes, Jack.
Can you, Mr. Burdon, can you speak a little bit more on the parking for this property? Because I see an enormous amount of parking for this facility that you wouldn't expect for a typical auto repair.
Well, one of the situations, there are a couple of situations that we're dealing with. One is that we do not want to have any overflow whatsoever onto the adjacent streets. So we eliminate that entirely with having a larger parking area in the back. There will be vehicles that are not under repair, repairs have not started, that we have to store there waiting for parts and then put them in, get the work done, and get them out. So that's one of the reasons for the size of the lot. But the primary one is to make no doubt in anyone's mind that there's going to be no impact of what goes on here in any of the communities that surround it as far as parking is concerned. if there were to be a concern about reducing the size of the area, my client would be amenable. But this was something that in the conversations with staff and with city representatives, we didn't want there to be any impact, and we want to make sure that it will be solidly screened so no one in a very short period of time will even know what's going on there or see what's going on there, but other than zoning inspectors who are welcome. We're not going to do any work other than in the building.
Okay. Can you, follow up, can you speak on the architecture also of the facility?
Well, I tried to do that in the presentation. Board and batten, fiber siding, metal accents. We got, lots of windows, not what you would typically see. As Mr. Guston even acknowledged, it's a very attractive building, and it is. I think it's an extremely attractive building. It's very similar to one of the two industrial buildings that's on the opposite side of London Bridge Road, adjacent to the Gatewood Park neighborhood that were built, again, on similar situation, acquired properties that the city sold for development. That lines up with the entrance to the south end of Fairlady. One of those buildings, this is very similar architecture to that, and I believe that building even got a design award from this commission a number of years ago when it opened.
Do you know who occupies that building? Like, what's the?
I'm sorry?
What is the use of that building across the street?
It's an industrial zoning, and it isn't
Is it Fleet Supply?
I'm sorry?
Is it Fleet Supply that's there?
I believe that's correct. I don't want to suggest that it's an auto repair, but it's an industrial use on industrial property.
Yep. All right, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bodon.
Thank you.
All right, the hearing is closed now. We'll open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners, unless we have a motion on the floor. Mr. Redmond.
Recall, the city acquired this property for the purpose of a use similar to this. This is a consequence of the base realignment and closure commission, where Mr. Bodon says, for decades, literally has been close to 20 years, that we've been on this quest to place similar businesses, in this part of the city, APZ1. I'm impressed. The architecture is quite attractive. It exceeds on landscaping. It exceeds on parking. The dumpster enclosure. I'm looking at this, and the dumpster enclosure seems to have been thought out with a great deal of care, and the fencing, and there's a lot to like about this if you accept, and I think we have to accept, that this is the kind of use that's going to go on this property. Then I think this is a very well thought out application, and where a great deal of care has been taken to that. So I certainly understand and sympathize with these folks who just don't want anything built there, okay? And, I get that too. But that's why the city acquired it, and given that, it seems to me we could do an awful lot worse on this property than what we're presented with. So I'm going to support it, and it's George's neck of the woods. I'm going to wait for him to make his move, but I think it has a lot to recommend it, pretty frankly. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Wall.
Yep. Yeah, I've got a few things. And one is this could be for Marshall or for anybody with the city. Will this unfairly provide an advantage to this business that is provided with the city parcel in an area that's zoned currently residential, A12 apartment district, as opposed to a typical industrial area that we have, I believe, within the past few years approved auto repair and even collision repair businesses, tucked away off of London Bridge in a more of an industrial setting. And maybe that's just a, question that's hard to answer, but it almost seems like it does provide them, on a somewhat key intersection, Potters and London Bridge, well-traveled, heavily traveled, trafficked road, possibly an advantage over other businesses that have located in more of an industrial setting. So I don't know if anybody can answer that, or it can be answered.
What was the question?
I don't know if we can answer that, Mr. Wall. As we know, this is a city parcel that has been requested and deemed as excess by the city, and there was a proposal to come forward from an applicant with this proposed development, which is why it's in front of you. The economics behind it, I don't believe we can answer any of that for you.
Okay. All right, thanks.
All right, well.
I've got a couple other things, sorry. Before you, one thing is, this would catch me, I'm not a fan of this. It would catch me off guard if I lived there. It's open space, there's been some discussion on that this is the best use. Well, I don't know if it is the best use, possibly open space. And it may have been acquired as part of the, protection, within the AQ's area, against, additional residential. But but on the flip side, the architecture is, blends with, recent precedents and very good architecture. And the landscaping, it's not going to, it can't get better, I don't think, than what has been proposed, at this point for this type of use. So, I'm a little torn on that. So, okay, that's all. Sorry, George.
Oh, good, Jack, thank you. And I agree with Mr. Redmond. This is the, I guess, the worst-case scenario. We have an APZ1, your crash zone, your noise zone. It's the worst case, and the applicant has submitted a plan with restrictions on the property that, minimal, and they picked this site and the design of it. And I sorry with the concerns with the opposition, but I'm going to make a recommendation for approval.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Redmond. You call for the question, please.
I will call for the vote. Commissioner Alcaraz?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes? Commissioner Costin is absent. Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley is absent. Commissioner Inman?
Aye.
Commissioner Klein?
Nay.
Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
Nay.
Vice Chair Wiener?
Aye.
Madam Chair Oliver?
Aye.
By recorded vote of 7-2, agenda item number 2 and 3 have been approved.
Just a second. May I have it? Thank you. First of all, I want to thank you for your service as chairperson of the commission. I think you've done an excellent job, and as a commissioner prior to that, and your service will be hard to match. And I want to thank Mr. Redmond and all of you for the comments that you made earlier about Bob Miller. I thought they were phenomenal and so right on point. And we wouldn't have a King Neptune statue, but what Bob was instrumental in that occurring. So that's just one of his many civic contributions to our city. And I hope all of you have a Merry Christmas and that you have a happy and healthy New Year. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Burdon. And you're still stuck with me for another year. I'm not gone yet.
Well, that's why I was aware. But you won't be commissioner.
Our next item is item number 6, which is a change in nonconformity located at 4600 Lookout Road. Is the applicant present?
Hello, my name's Rich. I'm the owner of HK on the Bay. And you all heard this morning what we're trying to accomplish. And the reason why I wasn't here, we're basically just changing the construction of something that was approved 10 years ago to make it more aesthetically pleasing. It's actually going to be keep our guests from the elements so we can seat them when it rains and when it's cold. There was, you had the letter from Phil, next door neighbor, with the objections. We've met with Phil, me and the landlord, and we've come to a compromise on everything he was asking for, and that's the reason why he's not here. He's already left. So we're summarizing that in a letter to Phil, and he's good now. The other objection, I think, referenced the parking situation, and what we're doing does not affect parking at all. There's no gain or loss of spaces. Where we're going to put the 12 by 12 foot deck with no roof is right now there's just a couple of bushes there. So we're going to remove a couple of bushes. Does anyone have questions?
Thank you for taking the time to come down and address those issues. We really, truly appreciate it. I know this is Mr. Redmond's district, but my husband is also in the restaurant business, so I know how important these patios are, especially in these times.
Yes, because we've lost seating due to the social distancing.
Absolutely. So, and I applaud you on your design. I think it's absolutely beautiful, and wish you well in your new enclosed patio, because I think it'll serve you very well in these times, and hopefully they'll be short-lived.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Redmond, do you have any questions?
I do not. I have no questions for the applicant.
Does anybody have any questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
We have 2 speakers on this item.
Okay, thank you.
Philip Delsignor.
I do believe that the applicant had said that he might have left earlier, but if you want to try one more time.
Philip Delsignor, if you're in, please come to the podium.
Okay, so he appears to have been gone.
Bill Parr.
Both of our speakers are gone, it appears. Okay, well, with that, we will go ahead and close the hearing now and open it up for discussion and/or a motion. Mr. Redmond.
Madam Chairwoman, I move approval of the application.
I'll second.
We have a second by Commissioner Weiner. Can you call for the question, please?
I'll call for the vote. Commissioner Alcaraz?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes? Commissioner Costin is absent. Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley is absent. Commissioner Inman?
Aye.
Commissioner Klein?
Aye.
Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
Aye.
Vice Chair Weiner?
Aye.
Madam Chair Oliver?
Aye.
By a recorded vote of 9-0, agenda item number 6 has been approved.
Item number 7 is a conditional rezoning located at addresses 2352, 2348, and 4701 Windway Lane, 4753 Birdsong Lane, 2336, and 2324 Pleasure House Road. Is the applicant present?
Yes, thank you. For the record, yes, thank you very much. My name is R.J. Nutter. I'm an attorney. I represent Collier & Associates for the Windsong apartment expansion. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank you very much. I want to echo everything Mr. Burdon said about your service, Dee, and certainly Mr. Weiner as vice chair, and certainly about your comments regarding Bob Miller. So I look forward to next year. All of you will be here, and but we'll truly miss our good friend Bob. There's no question. So anyway, let me begin by telling you about this application. It's for Windsong Apartments. There are 272 units there today. It was built in the mid-'70s, mid to late '70s. It's been pretty well maintained, to be honest with you. They've had a good record. They have their occupancy rate is about 95% in most cases. They do, however, suffer from a very, very high turnover rate of between 60 and 70% per year, which means there are constantly people coming in and out of that apartment complex for any number of reasons. Some cases in the military they're reassigned, in other cases they just want to move to a better place than this, because the units are older, they don't have central air, they have very few amenities, they have one swimming pool, and they're very small. They don't have washer dryers in their units. So those kind of things have become norm in the industry, and they don't exist at that location. So my client, Bonaventure, also came into the picture and said, we think we can find a way to redo those apartments, bring them into the next century, make them economically viable, and have them viable for the next 30 years. So to do that, they are zoning the property in part to A36 and in part to A24. It's about a 15-acre parcel, about a little over 5 acres is being zoned to A36 in the rear, and the balance of the property is being zoned, about 9 acres is being zoned to A24, which is the majority of the site. I want to thank Mr. Tejan for allowing us to do that. He wasn't keen on that idea, but we wanted to show the neighborhood that the A36 would be restricted to the rear of the property, that the balance of the property, and the largest part will be A24, not A36. So a couple of things I want to point out to you that aren't really in staff's write-up, even though I will commend to you, staff's write-up is outstanding. They looked at every single issue in this case. It's a lengthy review, and it's a very thorough review. And we're happy to have their recommendation. But a couple of things they didn't report, only because we've made changes since we filed this application almost 2 years ago. And I want to point those out for you. The first thing we were asked to do is reduce the density on this application. We had originally filed at 435 units, and we reduced it to 411, about a 13% reduction in the density. We were asked to look at reducing the number of 3-bedroom units in the complex, and we reduced those by 25%. We were asked to split the zoning, which we've done, as I indicated. We're also, you don't see it from this picture, but the L-shaped building at the beginning, oops, sorry, there, it's all right. The L-shaped building there at the beginning used to go, the length of it on Pleasure House used to run all the way down to where that single-family home is. And they specifically said, that's too long a structure on Pleasure House. We'd like you to reduce the size of that. So my client agreed and took off about 140 feet of that facility. Only, can I go back to the previous picture? Thank you, Paul. Only enough to cover where the internal amenities are for the pool and the outdoor activities they have inside the complex. And that in turn let them allow for greater open space on Pleasure House, and it allowed to keep the single-family property that you see, the single-family home there, that they had intended to purchase to make a part of the complex. Now that will be developed just as it is a single-family home. It's zoned R7.5, and it'll stay R7.5 with a PDH2 overlay. So in addition to that, we restricted access on the adjacent streets, Powell's Point to the left, Greenwell to the right, and of course there's no access on Northampton Boulevard. We were asked to look at that by Civic League members about an access way to Northampton Boulevard, and we were told very flatly no by both the Chesapeake Bay Tunnel Authority as well as the City of Virginia Beach. So I just wanted you to know those things because we've had a lot of movement on my client's behalf to try to address those issues. So with that, we've set about this will consist of 3 new buildings. The one up on Pleasure House is 3 stories, although the entranceway is a 1.5-story feature. We tried to step up the building. We thought the mass was perfect by reducing the size as they requested. We've gone with a coastal-inspired architecture, just like the Shore Drive Advisory Design Guidelines require. In fact, we gave staff a 12-page, line-by-line item of why we complied with every single component of the Shore Drive design guidelines. That's part of this. But the nicest part for the public is that these units have all top-grade materials, have all the greatest amenities, and they're, like you'd expect. You're going to have a gym, you're going to have an infinity pool, you're going to have lounge areas both inside and out of the facility, fire pits, bocce board courts, all the type of things that people insist upon in the complexes that are being built today. As for the existing units, the significant changes are being made to those as well. Those units are being completely refaced, the brand new roofs, new central air, all new kitchens. But in addition to that, those units today have no balconies and no patios. So there's no outside capability. If you look at the building at the bottom, right now, what they're adding is Juliet balconies on the front and patios in the rear. They're also recessing the access ways, because when you come into the buildings today, you're in the rain. There's no cover for you whatsoever. So they're recessing those access ways so that you have covered entrance into the buildings. The total capital investment here is just over $40 million. That's frankly in excess of what it typically costs to build a brand new apartment complex. But it'll give you the level of quality and investment that's being invested here. So I look at a couple of things I'd like to talk about. One of the benefits that we see in any redevelopment today, and we're seeing this all over the city, and that is one of the benefits is stormwater. Currently, this site has no stormwater criteria whatsoever. It's nothing. It's sheet flow off the property into the lakes. So our engineers went to bed. We followed a model that the city gave us at the time that looks at how the impact on the lakes and off-site. And we are not only going to be completing the stormwater system that makes us required by law, reduced by about 20% from what existing conditions are. Our client agreed to go over and above that. And they asked the engineers to come up with an approximation of how could they increase that by about 50%. That works out to them holding an additional water on site above city requirements about another 10,000 cubic feet of water. So in addition to your new requirements, we're going well above that by this additional area, so a significant impact. From a traffic perspective, we performed a traffic study, even though one was not required. And I'll read from the report very briefly. It just says that the project will not negatively affect traffic flow on Pleasure House and will have no significant impact on the intersection. And that's after a considerable amount of study by both us and your city planning department and traffic engineering department. One other thing we've learned in one of our meetings with residents and citizens was that there was concern that we might be raising the rents too high, and that would chase out some of the residents who live there today. So this is something unheard of, that I've been doing this a long time, but Bonaventure agreed to set up a fund of $200,000 to assist residents in relocation or as the rents go up, to help them pay for their rent. They didn't stop there. They went to Catholic Charities, who you're going to hear from in just a minute. Catholic Charities stepped in and agreed to match that amount of money with in-kind services to the residents, and those services have already begun today to those residents. In fact, we hold weekly job meetings, job fairs. We hold weekly resume sessions. We also hold meetings. We're taking the residents by bus to the other Bonaventure facilities so they can see what they're like, and we've had Civic League members attend those as well. Now, we've had a large amount of outreach, I'm happy to tell you. And while we've had Civic League meetings and so forth, and I know there's opposition from the Civic League, we have, however, been very cautious about reaching out to people who are really the most affected by this. Juan, do you have a larger aerial shot by any chance? Yeah, I'll go with that one for a minute. Thank you very much. If you look at you see at the top of that where Bay Wind Court is, just at the top of right in there, the development just above that, you see it's sort of an L-shaped piece right there. I think it's 16 single-family detached units called Tranquility by the Bay. We've met with them twice now. They're immediately affected by this. Their entire Civic League is in favor of this, not one person in opposition. And unfortunately, Jordan Heppenstreet, who's the president, who many of you may have seen in a video, could not be here today. He was out of town. But his entire Civic League is in support of this. We also went down the other end if you recall, Greenwell Road. And we've met with a large number of the residents along Greenwell Road, actually about 11 or 12 of them. And those 11, 12 have been thankful. We need some improvement over there. They were thankful we weren't cutting through to Greenwell, to be honest with you. They were also thankful that we were making the improvements that we were to the properties. Finally, we met with, most recently, Dadson Court. They're Dadson Arms Apartments. They're located just to the north of Greenwell Road. I don't know if you can see those. But met with them, and I'm happy to have their support as well. I know a lot of information to pass along to you in a short period of time, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions for Mr. Nutter? Yes, Ms. Klein.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Will any residents be displaced during the renovation?
There will be. What we'll be doing during the renovation is, first we're giving everybody notice and letting them know which buildings are coming first. We'll be taking out one building right at the beginning by having all the short-term, remember I told you some of them move out quite a bit. We'll take the building where people have moved out and move the people from that building into that building while it's being moved. And we'll follow that pattern, if you will. And in some cases, they chose to move, or in some cases to buy a home. And so those funds are available to help them do that if they wish.
Okay, but the residents who will be displaced, they will receive that assistance relocating to a different building?
Yes, even if they want to relocate to another apartment complex, we'll help pay their moving fees. And Catholic Charities will tell you more about it. They've been wonderful. But yes, ma'am, it's very important to us.
Anybody have any more questions for Mr. Nutter? No? All right.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'll stand by.
Please do. Go
We
ahead
have
and
a
call
number
for the
of
first speaker.
speakers. Okay.
Thank you.
Andrew Bond.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Andy Bond, Madam Chairman and members of the Commission, thank you for allowing us to speak. I live at 2711 Poinciana Drive in Virginia Beach. I'm a member of the Cape Story Civic Association and I'm active with the Shore Drive Community Coalition. I was also the chairman of the Planning Commission in the town that I used to live in, so I've been seated where you are and was confronted by issues that are similar to the ones that you confront. And one of the factors that I thought it was important is environmental factors. And right now on the property, there is no stormwater provision at all. And so the new plan will retain more water, which will prevent more pollution, and minimize pollution runoff and flow into Lake James and Lake Bradford. So I'm in favor for that reason. The project is just down the street from me. So we're neighbors, and so I'm grateful for your taking the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bond. Do we have any questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Harry Sellers. Madam Chair, as this person approaches, I thought I'd go ahead and give you a heads up that we have 18 additional speakers.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
If you'll state your name for the record, please, Mr. Sellers.
Harry Sellers. Anything else you need besides my statement? Okay.
No.
Okay,
I just.
So I'm here today. I'm for this. I happen to see the changes that they are doing. I live in the Ocean Lakes, which is a couple neighborhoods away from here. Saw all the improvements that they're doing on this property. Was excited about it because I actually want to move into this property when it's finished. It needs many improvements, what I believe, and I think it's just a good thing for the area. You know, it's going to raise the area up, keep Chicks Beach, I guess, area being very successful and an upper class. So I just wanted to come in and say that I'm definitely for this, and thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for yours.
Connie Meyer.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Connie Meyer, and my husband and I own two businesses. One is Meyer Group Insurance. We do employee benefits for businesses. And the other is Hampton Roads Weekly, which is a new community paper. And one thing that we are constantly asked for by the owners and the employees of the businesses we represent is more and lovely housing. And I have been to Bonaventure's properties in Chesapeake and in Norfolk, and they don't just build a building, they build a sense of community. And I think our homes and communities are even more important at this time with COVID. And unfortunately, this existing property, much like I feel when I wake up in the morning sometimes, is perhaps a little bit old and a little bit long in the tooth. So the idea that these new innovative buildings will have resort amenities, they will have special facilities that would enable somebody in a wheelchair to be able to live there that doesn't exist now. The AC and the HVAC, again, the newness of it and the ventilation is more important to us in these COVID times. So we are excited that this will be our neighbor. We live 3 streets off of Shore Drive towards the eastern end of it, but we love and enjoy everything that we do off Shore Drive in the corridor in Chicks Beach. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myers.
Rob Edwards.
Welcome. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
Thank you very much. Just as a point of clarification, there are a number of folks from the Civic League who have planned parts of the speech, and I was part of that. Is there a way to reroute the calling of folks? If not, I can go ahead. But okay. Good afternoon. My name is Rob Edwards. I'm the pastor of the Bayside Christian United Church of Christ on Greenwell Road in Chicks Beach. And I am here to join my voice with many others from the Civic League in asking you to vote no on this proposal. There's no disagreement that something needs to be done to improve the conditions at Windsong Apartments, but this proposal is not the way to go. It's not in the best interest of the community. I don't think it's in the best interest of the city. I want to take a moment and highlight one facet that you'll hear many others from other speakers from the Civic League in a few moments. Many of the current residents of Windsong work in our restaurants and hotels. They serve in our military, but they are among the lowest wage earners in our community. And during this time of pandemic, and especially now that the numbers are increasing, they're probably at our greatest risk and our most economically fragile residents in our city. According to the current rental rates provided on the Windsong Apartments website, units are barely affordable as they currently are for folks who are in low-wage jobs or who are on disability, who are in some way otherwise economically disadvantaged. Despite what Mr. Nutter said earlier, and this is the first time that we in the Civic League and I, as the pastor of the only church in the community in Chicks Beach, have heard anything about the outreach in terms of job postings or job fairs or anything of that nature, their work with Catholic Charities or anything else. Even though I was promised I would be involved in that conversation with them, this is the first we've heard of it. And while the developers have not yet committed to what the rent structure will be for the improved existing apartments, they did say at a community meeting at Morningstar Baptist back in the end of 2019 that rent would probably increase 15 to 20%. Approval of this project would have a devastating impact on the current residents because the smallest apartment is 650 square feet, currently rents for about $950 a month according to their website. This puts, and if you increase that by 15 to 20%, that puts the residents of Windsong, taxpayers in Virginia Beach, at risk for becoming homeless. And so I hope that you will seriously consider that before you cast your vote today. The critical lack of available affordable rental housing in Virginia Beach means that they will have to move to other cities to find a safe, decent, and affordable place to live. This project is being funded by private monies, and although they have indicated they have set money aside to assist folks in moving, we will wait to see how that happens.
Thank you very much.
There's also an economic impact, and I encourage you to vote no, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Quinn Zimmerman.
Mr. Zimmerman, are you?
I'm sorry. I'm the president of the Civic League, and I was told that I submitted a list earlier this week the series of how we would speak. And since I got the first speaking opportunity, I was allowed to go 10 minutes. Is that correct?
Mr. DeHaan, do you want to address the out of order?
If there was a miscommunication, it appears there was a miscommunication on staff's side. So if he's representing the Civic League, he does have 10 minutes. Yes, ma'am. We will get it squared away moving forward.
Okay, great. Thank you. Go
Okay,
right ahead,
thank you.
sir. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
Dr. T.J. Morgan. Just a point to note, we did not receive the staff report until December 3rd, and it contains vital information that we have not had time to view adequately. It is customary to have that 30 days in advance. That's what my understanding is. Is that correct?
No, the Thursday before the hearing.
The plan, this current plan, it was submitted on the 3rd?
Sir.
Yes.
Mr. Hughes has just stated that typically the agenda is released on the Thursday before the
Okay.
Wednesday at the Planning Commission.
Okay, okay.
Thank you.
All right. I'm kind of new to this, so I'm learning as I go.
That's all right.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Dr. T.J. Morgan, and I am the current president of Chesapeake Beach Civic League. I've served in the Chesapeake Beach Civic League as an officer over 10 years. As a civic league, we lose our integrity and credibility if we oppose every change that happens in our neighborhood. We're selective about which issues are most important and need to take a high-level priority to oppose. For that reason, we would not be standing here if we did not feel that the current plan to redevelop the Windsong Apartments is bad for our community for a number of reasons, which I will lay out. You will also be hearing additional qualified speakers from our organization who are opposed to the plan as set forth. Many of the speakers are specialists in the fields of the portion of the plan that we oppose. Chesapeake Beach, which is also known as Chicks Beach, is a very unique community, much like old Virginia Beach at the oceanfront, and that many of the small beach cottages like mine were built in 1950 or earlier. As a matter of fact, Chesapeake Beach just celebrated its 100th year anniversary in 2019. Most of the infrastructure was created at a time when the number of people living and working in Chicks Beach was not nearly what it is today. In many ways, it has not changed. Much of our identity is steeped in our rich history. One of the unique qualities of Chicks Beach is our diversity. We do not share all the same backgrounds, but yet we choose to live in this little nook off Shore Drive on the beaches of the Chesapeake Bay. It has been the affordable housing for our labor force for generations. Windsong residents are seeing raises in rent and additional fees being placed in insidious fashion to slowly push them out. Where will they go in the midst of a pandemic crisis? Many of them hold jobs in local businesses. Most of them live in the apartment complexes along the stretch of Pleasure House Road from Shore Drive to Lookout Road. For many of us, it is painful to see the tides of change occurring all around us. Because we are so vested in our community, we would like to see common sense changes instead of steamroll change that is driven only by the almighty dollar. I'm a native of Virginia Beach, and I grew up vacationing in Chesapeake Beach, and I have seen many changes in my 55 years. We do know that change is inevitable. Yes, Chicks Beach is a valuable waterfront community. It is why many of us, including myself, have brought our businesses here and why so many developers are moving in. The Civic League understands the need to improve. We welcome improvements. We support our local business and expect change. We understand that the Windsong Apartments are aged and in some cases in disrepair. It is long overdue. The Civic League has been amicable to discuss and even compromise with the developers about what could be done to renovate the complex. I've been in the meeting with the representatives of Bonaventure for nearly 2 years now in hopes that we could find a resolution. The initial plan was put forth was bad for Chicks Beach then, and there's been little change since. So I'll proceed with our opposition. Pleasure House Road. I mentioned our antiquated infrastructure. Pleasure House Road is a 2-lane road that is ingress and egress points for a large majority of people in most of our neighborhood. The intersection at Pleasure House and Shore Drive is currently rated an E by the city's traffic engineers. Not an A, B, or C, but an E. We border on one of the largest naval bases in the country, and when they are backed up, it pushes the traffic on Pleasure House Road as far back as the old fire station. The city knows how bad it can be because it realized what a nightmare the intersection was, and they decided to relocate the fire station to Greenwell Road because our first responders were being delayed. The mere fact that there is a no left turn during peak hours at the Wawa's on the corner of Pleasure House and Shore Drive is an admission of an issue with traffic. The developers plan to rezone most of the Winsong property. They are proposing an increase of a minimum of 139 units. According to code, that would be approximately 280 additional drivers on a city road that is already rated an E. I want you to imagine the major thoroughfare coming out of your neighborhood. Now imagine adding 280 additional cars every day. We have many concerns about the developer's plan, but first and foremost, it is their desire to rezone to A36, which sets a dangerous precedent for our community. As a matter of reference, the city code states in section 600 of the Virginia Beach City Ordinance, Appendix A, A36 apartment districts are created in recognition of the existence of developed areas where multifamily dwellings exist as a density already 36 units per acre. It is not the intention to create additional A36 districts to enlarge the limits of existing A24 or A36 districts, except in cases to promote infilling in areas already zoned A36. Nowhere in all of Chesapeake Beach do we have any A36 zones. Nowhere. This also violates the city's comprehensive plan. The developers are asking for a change in zoning, which is in direct conflict with the Virginia Beach zoning ordinance. The city has a comprehensive plan for our growth and density that does not include this type of density. Chesapeake Beach is not in a, quote, strategic growth area of the city, and only in those strategic growth areas can the city change the zoning. A36 is in the comprehensive plan only in infill small pockets that are in need. Additionally, this rezoning is in direct conflict with the city's own Shore Drive Overlay District. As a community, we have grown accustomed to new development. We are familiar with the city's comprehensive plan and Shore Drive Overlay District, which already allows for increased density. Chicks Beach is seeing an annual increase in density with current R5R zones, where our little cottages are being raised and 3-story duplexes are going up every month. We believe that creating an A36 zone in the heart of Chicks Beach opens the door for all neighboring multifamily complexes to overdevelop. On March 18, 2019, I invited the representatives of Bonaventure to our Civic League General Meeting. In attendance were Delegate Chris Stolley, Councilman Lewis Jones, Commissioner Dave Redmond, Shore Drive Community Coalition President Todd Solomon, and presidents from Bay Lake Pines, Ocean Park, and Cape Story by the Sea Civic Leagues. There were over 200 people in attendance. Bonaventure gave their presentation and then fielded many questions by our members. At the conclusion of our meeting, we voted on whether to endorse their request to rezone to A36. Our Civic League voted unanimously to oppose Bonaventure's request to rezone to A36. Let me be clear, though. As a group, we are not opposed to renovation under the current zoning. Many from our group are developers themselves and came up with very good ideas on alternative ways to improve the property. As a matter of fact, we have had numerous meetings with the representatives of Bonaventure in hopes to appeal to some sort of healthy common sense resolution. We were consistently told that to make the numbers work, they have to resort to the plan that they have instituted. Their standard answer to our recommendations was that that's not what we do. We only do apartments. No other options, period. Even when there clearly were better ones that would benefit all parties and still reap a return on investment for the owners. Because they were obtuse and only view this project one way, we see this clearly as a self-imposed hardship. As much as we do want to see the Winsong apartments improved, it should not be the city's or at our neighborhood's expense. If this should pass, our fear would be that Bonaventure's potential strategy would be one of mission creep. After the starting out with limited new construction and some renovation, The next phase would be to demolish the old units and build 36 units per acre with no variance needed. This potentially would bring the total number of units to from 417 to 563. An increase in this much density would make our intersection at Pleasure House and Shore Drive a bottleneck nightmare. Our emergency medical services and fire and rescue would be compromised as response times would be lengthened and potentially setting up for a potential disaster. One should pose the question, how is this project a benefit to Chicks Beach? As you probably already know, Chicks Beach has a water problem. With the current rise in sea level, we are seeing more and more issues with flooding and standing water throughout our community. We feel that the city needs to make it a priority to create solutions to already existing problems. Why allow a preventable problem like increased density and increased traffic requiring capital improvements when we are dealing with problems like flooding? This simply does not make sense, especially when you know that it goes against the city's own ordinance, comprehensive plan, and Shore Drive overlay. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you for your time. I appreciate your no vote.
Thank you, Dr. Morgan. Does anybody have any questions? Mr. Redmond, Dr. Morgan?
No, I just wanted to mention that March meeting of 2019, you left out Rosemary Wilson. She was there too.
I apologize.
Okay, there you go. I feel better.
Thank you.
Mark Walker.
Welcome. If you'll state your name for the record when you arrive, Mr. Walker.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Planning Commissioners. My name's Mark Walker. I'm a registered architect and resident of Chicks Beach for 41 years. I'm also co-chair of the Architectural Preservation and Zoning Committee for the Chesapeake Beach Civic League for the past 19 years, and I am opposed to this conditional rezoning request. The applicant wishes to abolish the current R10 and A18 zoning completely, and A18 zoning currently occupies over 50% of the existing 14.7 acre parcel. When you do the math, using the existing 272 housing units divided by current acreage, the result is 18.5 units per acre, basically matching A18 zoning. Yet the applicant wants to convert the entire parcel, with the exception of 0.2 acres, to A24 and A36 zoning at about a 60-40 split. How's this justified? Where's the hardship? And furthermore, where's the precedent? There does exist a small 2-acre parcel which is zoned A24 and is part of the 14.7 acre site. As a reference, Article 6 of the Virginia Beach zoning ordinance gives the legislative intent for apartment districts A24 and A36 as follows, and I quote, "The A24 and A36 districts are created in recognition of the existence of developed areas where multifamily dwellings exist in densities between 24 and 36 dwelling units per acre. At 18.5 units per acre, this current density is not even close to justifying the creation of additional A24 and A36 zoning according to the ordinance. The ordinance further states it's not the intention to create additional additional A24 and A36 districts except in cases to promote infilling in areas that are already zoned or developed at densities between 24 and 36 dwelling units per acre. There are no parcels zoned A36 within miles of Windsong apartments in all directions to justify infilling of existing densities between 24 and 36 units per acre. Approval of this rezoning will add 139 new units to the existing 272 for a 51% density increase. Expanding A24 and creating A36 zoning in Chicks Beach will create a precedent which is unjustified and clearly not allowed by the ordinance. The Bayfront Quarter is already 25% more dense than the rest of Virginia Beach. Please do not approve this rezoning, unsupported, unjustified 51% density increase. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Matt Baumgarten.
Welcome. If you'll please state your name for the record.
Thank you. Matt Baumgarten. Good afternoon, distinguished members of the Virginia Beach Planning Commission. My name is Matt Baumgarten, and I've been a resident of Virginia Beach since 1992. I moved to Chicks Beach in 2006. I currently serve as the co-chair of the Architectural Preservation and Zoning Committee of the Chesapeake Beach Civic League. I have been in commercial construction and real estate development for over 24 years. What Colliers and Associates are trying to accomplish at Windsong Apartments makes sense to me from a business perspective. But as a resident of one of the finest and historically significant sections of Virginia Beach, I am deeply concerned with how this project is being presented by the owner today. Currently, the site has 272 very small 1- and 2-bedroom apartments. The rezoning application does not provide any data on the number of bedrooms currently on the property or for the proposed 411 units. Why is the bedroom count a significant factor? Because in this area of Virginia Beach, we have many brave service members and hardworking blue-collar workers that like to buddy up and live together so they can afford to live near the beach. More bedrooms means more adults living on property, and that translates directly into more cars associated with the property. Assuming a balanced split of 1- and 2-bedroom units, the existing 272 units should result in approximately 408 total bedrooms. However, with 411 units, that now include 3- and 4-bedroom units, that bedroom count could be as high as 1,000 bedrooms. According to this application, the new Windsong complex will only produce 76 school-aged children. Therefore, it is safe to assume that the majority of the bedrooms will be filled with adults that work or go to school and that own a car. But what if this proposed plan is just step one for developing this site? I see huge Mission Creek potential. Why would a property owner or developer stop at 411 units? If this were my property, I would want to maximize its earning potential. So let's say they get 411 units approved here today with a section of the property zoned A36. I'd be back in 5 to 10 years and turn the entire property into A36. When we look at the site plan for Windsong, they are leaving 13 of the old buildings still standing. Having a mix of brand-new Class A apartments with, at best, Class C apartments on the same property does not make sense to me. This creates tension between residents. A feeling of haves and have-nots will develop. I bring your attention to what Lincoln Military Housing has done right here on Shore Drive. They built brand-new multifamily units adjacent to the 1960s era multifamily units. The tension they created is a major reason you keep seeing Lincoln Military Housing in the newspaper for inadequate service and subpar living conditions. With the entire Windsong property rezoned to A36, the owner will be allowed by right to build a total of 528 units. Bedroom count for 528 units could go as high as 1,300. That would be a 500% increase from what Windsong is today. Again, I say to you, I see huge Mission Creek potential here. We, the citizens of Chicks Beach and the overall Shore Drive corridor community, have invested long-term in our choice of the place that we call home. We are the ones that are forced to live.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wally Damon.
Welcome. State your name for the record, please.
I'm Wally Damon. I live in Chesapeake Beach. Good afternoon. I've lived in the Shore Drive corridor most of my life. My background is construction management and critical path method scheduling, and that is why I oppose this application. I know what it's going to be like. Chesapeake Beach was a beautiful little community when my family and I moved there in April of 1957. Pleasure House Road was then, and still is, 1 lane in and 1 lane out. At first, we lived on Lauderdale Avenue between Pleasure House Lake and the bay. A big sand dune was our backyard down to the bay, and it's hard for me to explain how wonderful that was. It was a very safe place to grow up. My brothers and I played on that sand dune all the time. It's all gone. In the 30s, Chesapeake Beach was mostly farmland. By the time we moved there were weeping willow trees and wild strawberries growing all along Baum Avenue where we lived, west to a large patch of water oaks where the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel is today. As kids, we would climb to the top of those water oaks and go from tree to tree on vines and never touch the ground. It was a virtual canopy that blocked the light from the coming down through the trees. All the kids loved it. It's all gone. Pear trees and muscadine grapes grew along Lookout Road. Apple and blackberry trees were on Lake Drive. There were fig trees and persimmons throughout Chesapeake Beach. There were small cottages for people to live in.
Most driveways were either sand or crushed oyster shells. It's all gone. In the early 70s, apartments started popping up along Pleasure House Road. My wife recently counted 22 apartment complexes that feed traffic onto Pleasure House Road. It is so crowded that many residents now use Greenwell Road, the road that I live on, or Indian Hill at the west end of Lookout Road to enter or leave Chesapeake Beach. Winsong Apartments was called Collier Apartments when I rented a garage from them for a few years while my brother Gus was living there. I got to know Clyde Collier Jr. pretty well, and we went to Bike Week in Daytona together with our motorcycles. I have to get this off my chest. My main complaint about this application is the density it will add to the neighborhood and the potential for even more. Pleasure House Road is one lane. Please remember that. Allowing a change in zoning to 836 will be just that, a hardship that Chesapeake Beach can't live with. And if they get the right to overcrowd us even more than we are now, what will other apartment owners want to do? Where will we be then? With all of the meetings I've attended about this, they would never answer my questions. Why can't they comply with the current zoning? I've asked 7 times, 7 meetings I've been to. Everybody wants to live in Chicks Beach. Ladies and gentlemen, everybody can't. We just can't do it. We can't have all those people coming in there. We've got to do something better about Pleasure House Road. Critical path method scheduling, remember, it's important.
Thank you, sir.
Galen Montgomery.
If you'll please state your name for the record. Thank you.
My name is Galen Montgomery. I'm currently the Chesapeake Beach Civic League Secretary, and I've been a resident of Chesapeake Beach for 21 years. I'm opposed to rezoning to A36 or even A24. This increase in density will put a heavy burden on our traffic situation for both Pleasure House Road and neighborhood streets used as alternate routes to Shore Drive. Even A24 rezoning would increase the development by over 125 units. At the normal 2.15 vehicles per unit, that's conservatively 280 more vehicles on Pleasure House Road, averaging 4 trips per day. Pleasure House Road cannot handle 1,100 more vehicles per day. Doesn't take a friend in traffic engineering to figure that out. Unlike other properties Bonaventure has shown us, Winsong has entry and egress only to Pleasure House Road, a 2-lane road. Pleasure House Road is the main thoroughfare for Chesapeake Beach, Chicks Beach, and Bay Lake Pines residents. It's the main avenue for visitors to our 4 awesome restaurants and brewery. Spring and summer beachgoers enjoy historic Chicks Beach. Driveways and parking lots are packed all summer, and the city makes quite a sum on speeding tickets and illegally parked cars because we are already overburdened. The intersection of Pleasure House and Shore Drive, rated E, is already maxed out during the beach season and during peak commute hours year-round. The city recognizes this traffic issue and has enacted no-turn regulations, extended turn lanes on Shore Drive and Northampton Boulevard, reduced speed limits on portions of Pleasure House. They even moved our fire department off of Pleasure House to get better access to Shore Drive. They recognize that slowing down emergency vehicles may very well cost a life. In 2015, I was in a trauma ambulance with a broken vertebrae and concussions from a ladder accident at my home. It took the trauma ambulance 20 minutes to arrive while a neighbor pinned me to the ground. Time was of the essence. It makes no sense to make this worse. This is a very pedestrian neighborhood. We have had one neighbor killed, hit by a car right in front of 7-Eleven on Pleasure House, and another recently hit and killed on his bike at the intersection of Shore and Pleasure House. It's only a matter of time before a child will be struck by a vehicle going around cars waiting to turn across traffic. They're lined up there every day. City sidewalk improvements have been canceled because of lack of funding. This increase in zoning will set a precedent for the apartment owners and developers on the Shore Drive corridor. With Winsong today, there are 8 major apartment complexes, all of which are aging, all of which are on that 1-mile stretch of Pleasure House Road, all of which have access only via Pleasure House Road, and all of which will be asking you to do the same for them if you approve an A24 or A36 voting. Thank you for voting a resounding no, as the residents have asked you to do.
Thank you, sir.
Quinn Zimmerman.
Welcome. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
My name is Quinn Zimmerman, and I'm here in opposition. My family has been residents of Chesapeake Beach for more than 41 years. I'm an environmental scientist with a DPOR license of Master On-Site Soil Evaluator. For the past 20 years, I've worked in environmental and public health with respect to in-ground disposal of wastewater. I've also personally and professionally in many sites where stormwater runoff has negatively affected clients and my family. It is said that no raindrop believes it is to blame for the flood, and the same can be said for any square foot of impervious surface. In the past several decades, flooding due to a combination of factors is becoming a bigger issue in the region. In Chesapeake Beach, increased development by right has exacerbated issues to the point that Lakes Pleasure House in Bradford, parts of which this property drained to, are already one of the major city stormwater projects. The proposal before you plans to deal with on-site stormwater using underground chambers designed to promote on-site infiltration. Like any tool, these chambers have advantages and disadvantages. Specifically, they work well in sandy soils with a deep water table. This is the opposite of what is present on Windsong's site. USDA soil maps of the area show that the native soil type is Teetotum series. This soil has both a high clay content and a high seasonal water table. In order to keep chambers from being crushed by vehicular and other traffic, the bottoms of commonly used chambers are 3 to 4 or 4 or more feet underground. Instead of stormwater flowing into these chambers and soaking into the ground, they will be underwater for much of the year and will not work properly. Any runoff entering the chambers will force a mixture of stormwater and groundwater out the other end instead of reducing runoff from the site, thus increasing the quantities of stormwater entering the surrounding area. Have already discussed two of the lakes. Let me mention Lake Joyce, that the other property also drains to. This lake only outfall is a small drain with small diameter pipes under Indian Hill Road. And these pipes are smaller than many of the pipes that discharge stormwater into the lake. These outfall pipes pale in comparison to larger outfall weirs and box culverts at other sites, such as Lake Smith. Of course, installing these stormwater improvements would be a significant capital investment to the city and disruptions to traffic over a prolonged period of time. Sadly, it gets worse. The concentrations of pollutants in stormwater are high. To reduce bacteria, nutrients, and other pollutants to low levels and prevent groundwater pollution, you need a significant depth of dry, unsaturated soil beneath chambers, which isn't going to happen due to the high seasonal water table. By putting stormwater directly into the water table, contamination of the near-surface aquifer can occur. This contamination can also spread beyond the Windsong site. The city spent a lot of money trying to fix problems in our area. We do not need this kind of precedent being set. I implore you to vote no on this proposal.
Thank you, sir.
Michelle Zimmerman.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having us here today. As my son just told you, I'm a 41-year resident, as is he.
Ma'am, if you could, excuse me 1 second, if you could state your name for the record, please.
I'm Michelle Zimmerman, and I live in Chesapeake Beach. I have for 41 years, and I am here in opposition to the proposal of the Collier Bonaventure folks to rezone the Windsong property. I completely oppose this plan, this conditional rezoning. Again, as my neighbors have stated, the density requested creates a burdensome hardship and danger to the health and safety of our residents. As you all know, great density and public safety are incompatible. And all of our first responders and our liaison police officers with our Civic League can attest to the difficulty that density causes in terms of family violence, in terms of fire risks, and in terms of accidents. To the density and the egress and ingress on Pleasure House Road. Pleasure House Road is basically, aside from carrying automobiles from Shore Drive and the other areas to the Lookout Road area, is also utilized by children on bikes, by parents walking babies in strollers, by general pedestrians. We have already heard about accidents that have happened there. We've seen accelerated destruction of the environment and a degradation in our environment due to the increased density. The Collier Plan, as you can see, includes requests for minimal setbacks from the road. One of the setbacks is from 30 feet to 5 feet off Pleasure House Road. There's barely room for a 6-inch sidewalk there. And we have all of these people going up and down the road. I'll quickly try to tie up, but in the summertime, between late April and late September, density increases by probably tenfold, and we have no place
Thank you.
to keep
I'm
our
sorry, your
cars.
time is up.
Okay.
Christopher Tan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the Planning Commission, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Christopher Tan. I'm the CEO of Catholic Charities of Eastern Virginia. I'm here to just talk briefly about our partnership with the developers and what we would plan to do. And I would just state very quickly that at Catholic Charities, I don't know about all the traffic stuff and all that stuff. I don't even have the pleasure of living in the city of Virginia Beach. I actually live in Norfolk, but we have 2 offices in Virginia Beach. But Catholic Charities really care about people, and that's important to us. So I'll let other people talk about the aesthetics, but for us at Catholic Charities, we really pride ourselves on doing the right thing and trying to partner with people that are trying to do the right thing by people. So we're excited to be a part of the project and helping the current residents who may need help with rental assistance, may need help with moving expenses, may need help with determining whether they can afford the property that would be moving forward. Catholic Charities would provide all of that assistance free of charge. So we've already started working with a resident who, when suggested that this may happen, was interested in buying her first home. And so Catholic Charities can provide them with counseling, credit counseling, helping them repair credit, first-time home purchase counseling that helps them think about what it would take to buy a home and then getting them in the right direction. So we've already started that with one of the residents already. This is all provided at Catholic Charities free of charge to anybody who's interested, residents of the apartments and anyone else, to be quite frank, in the public. And so it's really important to us, as I said, to partner with somebody who we feel at least has the best interest of those who they're trying to help as a part of that process. We have seen it many times in working with the poor and the working poor, where developers come in and don't even think twice about building properties and not put any money aside to help them determine what's best for them and their families. And so Catholic Charities stands ready to help in any way that we can. We have a rich history of working in financial and housing counseling, and a rich history of working with and for the city of Virginia Beach. We currently have distributed almost $350,000 in rental assistance in the Hampton Roads community related to COVID. We distributed 40,000 diapers in the city of Virginia Beach alone. And Catholic Charities was honored to also be a part of and the case managers for the victims of the municipal shooting as well. So we try to do the right thing every chance we get. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and thank you for your time.
Ms. Klein.
In addition to a security deposit for someone who's looking to relocate out of the Windsong properties, is there ongoing assistance, or is it that initial security deposit that y'all provide?
So I think it will depend, to be quite frank, on what the needs of the residents is. So, for example, if the good news is, in some sense, that there is a pool of funding that Bonaventure set aside, that Catholic Charities has some significant discretion on determining what's in the best interest of the resident. So part of that would be, if they're looking to move, clearly helping with their moving expenses, helping with a security deposit if it's another rental property. Our hope is to help them think through if purchasing a home is what their goal is, to help them do that, and we can set aside money for those type of things as well, helping them figure out what the cost would be for home inspections and all kinds of different things. At Catholic Charities, I hope that the goal would be to take each individual case as unique, and Catholic Charities, with our agreement, has a lot of discretion to determine what that is. There's limitations, clearly, but it could be rental assistance. It could be helping them stay if they want to stay. And then the other part that we would provide is helping them to feel like whether that can be affordable or not. I mean, I sympathize with a lot of the comments here. We see it all the time, but we also at Catholic Charities are somewhat responsible in helping to educate, mentor, and coach people into making sure they can afford where they want to stay. I always say to some of the clients that we have, like, my wife and I would love to live at a house right on the beach, but that's not in our budget. I work for a nonprofit. So I think helping them figure that out as well is going to be a part of that. So it can go way beyond that, but it would be based on their needs.
And it looks like the current rent is about $1,000.
Right.
What does that market look like in the Norfolk, Virginia Beach area for someone where that's like?
So that's hard to answer. I can only answer it this way. Like in our COVID assistance for many people who have lost jobs, the average assistance amount that we are assisting with 1 month's rent for the most part is between $800 and $1,200. We see very little less than $800. We see as much as $1,500, $1,600 at times. It depends on the size. So I can't answer what that would be like average-wise, but for our COVID assistance related to Virginia Beach and Norfolk and the surrounding areas, the average is probably $1,000.
What about the density of available housing in that price range?
So I think so this is totally my opinion in some sense. I don't want to speak for Catholic Charities on that perspective. I think we're really challenged with affordable housing in this entire community. Virginia, you can pick any city you want, in my opinion. And where that affordable housing is located is also a challenge. I think what you would see from the clients that we serve, and so to give you a picture, we serve about 75% of clients that we would consider the working poor, which is 200% of poverty or below. So an average family of four, that's $44,000 a year. But we see rentals oftentimes well within $1,200, $1,300, $1,400 for that type of family, and it's a challenge. And so I definitely think at the low end of the spectrum, affordable housing is a tremendous challenge. I don't know exactly how the new rates would apply.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you. And I know you're not an apartment specialist, but you're seeing rents with your clients that it's increasing whether a property is renovated or not. Is that accurate? I mean,
sure. Yeah. I would say, again, not knowing exactly the specifics of the rental in that particular area, that for the poor and the working poor, rent is going up. And it's not, that doesn't, whether it's being renovated or not really doesn't matter in that sense. In a previous position, I worked for a city that was spending a significant amount of time renovating and redeveloping areas. We were advocates for families at the time, and we saw the same thing. It hasn't changed. I absolutely would say that rent is going up wherever you are in that sense.
Yeah, okay. The developer, I believe, has committed to $200,000.
Yes.
a fund set aside. Do you see that very often where somebody redeveloping a property like this and expanding a property or adding units that they set aside? It's $200,000, I mean, I know it doesn't go as far as we'd like it to go, but do you see that very often?
So this is the first time I've testified for a planning commission, if that answers your question. So I've never seen it. We've never been asked. We've been doing financial and housing counseling for a tremendous amount of time. We have never been asked to do it. We've been doing, and again, we do this work in relation to the community, so it's very rare in my mind. We've never seen it. I would say that the significant part of the money is set aside as well as that at Catholic Charities, we're taking a very small portion to actually administer the funds. So 80% of that money is going literally directly to the people that are in need. And we also allowed, to give you an example, this has not been approved and we have not received any money, just to make sure everybody knows that. But we're also helping some of those residents right now with their COVID response assistance because they do not have jobs related to COVID. And so we're connecting them with the Virginia Beach Relief Organizations and other emergency shelter, food and shelter programs that we have, helping them now. And we're doing that throughout numerous cities in the area. And so, but to answer your question, no, we don't see that often.
Okay. Well, thank you for everything you do.
Yeah, I appreciate your time.
We have any other questions? Thank you so much for your time
Thanks for your time.
and your service.
Rebecca Bump.
Welcome. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
My name is Becky Bump, and I've been a resident of Chicks Beach, I'm tangled, for 22 years. I purchased my home in 1998, and it was built in 1937. Within the first year of living on the lake, my home experienced flooding problems. In fact, much of the entire community has experienced a lot of flooding over the years. The problem is not really sea level rise, but storm water. For years, Lake Chubb and Bradford have been the major stormwater repositories for the northwest corner of Virginia Beach, including Chesapeake Beach as well as Thorogood. The stormwater flows into and through Lakes Chubb and Bradford and exits through a long outfall system that runs through Little Creek, through a weir and a ditch, and finally ends up in Little Creek Bay. In the early 2000s, several $1 million were spent by our city to also stop flooding by improving the drainage at Pleasure House Lake, which dead ends at the end of Pleasure House Road on Lookout. Pleasure House Lake has no outfall, so they spent the money to connect Pleasure Lake by pipe to Chubb Lake so that when it overflowed, we would add even more water into the stormwater system. Unfortunately, continued development and resulting density in Chesapeake Beach and the loss of open land, the tremendous removal of about every live oak tree living there has exacerbated the flooding issues to the point that after the enormous flooding of Hurricane Matthew in 2016, finally a CIP was issued to study the problem of the water and the storm water. The engineering has been done, and the report states that the city will need to spend $32 million to mitigate the flooding at Lakes Pleasure, Chubb, and Bradford. That's before Bonaventure's, the increased density here. Unfortunately, while the engineering is complete, there is no budget allocated at this time, so with having a plan without a budget isn't really helping us. In the meantime, the new Windsong project will only add to the stormwater problem in an already very flood-weary neighborhood. As Mr. Zimmerman pointed out, the proposed underwater storage systems proposed for Windsong will not work based on the water table that is there. It's a nice idea, but it's impractical for their location. As to add it to the paving of an enormous amount of area that is now currently open space, you can only imagine how much more difficult the flooding will become. I lost my house, my home, during Hurricane Matthew. For those of us who live in Chicks Beach, and particularly for those of us living on these lakes, we're paying very high taxes.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Teresa Pearson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and the members of the Planning Commission. My name is Teresa Pearson. I live in Thorogood, 23455. I am the Director of Admissions for Marion Manor Assisted Living. It is a nonprofit assisted living community. Oftentimes, I get folks who come into my community because of a change in a life event. They may be downsizing, they may have experienced the loss of a spouse, or any other number of reasons for them to move. They come to our community looking to find another place to live, to be members of a community, to stay in their neighborhood, to enjoy all of the things that they've had for years. However, a lot of them are not in need of the services that we provide right away. But they're also very cautious of their monies because, as we all know, care for elderly is very expensive. And an opportunity to be able to present a community like Windsong that is a 100% rent community that would allow them to move, downsize, preserve their monies for when they do need assisted living, and be able to not be taxed with the sale of another home is an absolutely wonderful opportunity for me to be able to offer to these folks. Because again, they want community, they are independent, they don't need our services now, but they will someday, and we need to help them preserve their funds for as long as possible. One of the beauties of the community that I work in is that we provide a home for life because we're sponsored by the Catholic Diocese. I've had the pleasure of working with Bonaventure and seeing their rendering. I live in that corridor. I hope someday to maybe, as I downsize, relocate there because it is my neighborhood. And I've also had the opportunity to participate in a job fair that they put on in December of 2019 prior to COVID. We had the great pleasure of being able to hire an exceptional individual out of that job fair that has now become a very viable staff family member in taking care of these residents who entrust themselves to us. So I stand here and speak for the approval of this community. I think it can serve a lot of good. I'm not into the environmental aspect and the aesthetic aspect, but I do support what they're trying to do there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill Curtis.
Welcome, and if you'll state your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Bill Curtis, and I am a retired naval officer. I'm chairman of the board of directors of STOP Incorporated, which is a community action agency, member of the Hampton Roads Black Caucus, and also a former vice president of my homeowners association. I come before you in support of this initiative. In addition to those, and I'm not representing any of them, I just want you to know that I'm active in the community. I understand what's going on. I also spent many years living in Northern Virginia, and one of my concerns is that Virginia Beach not become Arlington or Alexandria. Having lived there, that is not desirable. So I view this initiative with a great deal of promise. I think that it's presenting a need that even though development is, and redevelopment is in many cases not desirable, it's going to be inevitable. Now, I live in the Three Oaks area near Red Mill, so I understand the comments of the people, the residents. But I also recognize that you want to have responsible development that meets the needs of the community, and I think Bonaventure does a great job of that. I think that they're going to provide an opportunity for military people, for those who are changing their residences, and we have to keep in mind that this corridor is highly desirable. So you're going to see redevelopment, and you're going to see density increases. I think this has a measured approach, and I think that it would benefit the community and the city, and I encourage you to approve it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, the next four speakers are WebEx speakers, so if you'll bear with us for a moment. They are online, and Kevin is prepared. Susan Mayo, Kim Mayo. Kim, if you'll pause 2 or 3 seconds, we will unmute your mic and you can begin your comments. Please do not ask if we can hear you.
Take it out.
If you will pause 2 to 3 seconds, we're going to unmute your mic and you can begin your comments. That would be Cammie Jones. Cammie, if you could pause for 2 to 3 seconds, we will unmute your mic and you can begin your comments.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Cammie Best Jones. My husband and my 9-year-old and our super cute Aussie Doodle dog live in Chesapeake Beach. We own a single family home there. Our street is just off of Pleasure House Road. It is across from the property we're talking about. I feel like that's really important to note. We have heard from 6 individuals in support of this, none of which live in Chicks Beach. We've got someone from Cape Story who thinks it looks nice, Ocean Lakes who wants to move to our community, someone nearby that likes to visit, folks from an organization to help relocate people out of our neighborhood, an organization to help locate people into our neighborhood, and someone who has lived in Arlington, Virginia, as have I actually. That is where I relocated from, living in Arlington. See a lot of complexes like the one we're talking about today. And we actually sought out Chicks Beach for the neighborhood itself and relocated here. So I can tell you that what you're hearing from the community, and that is the Chicks Beach community, is a strong, resounding opposition to the rezoning of A36. I do commend the developers and Mr. Nutton's clients for certainly addressing some of our concerns. There no longer is a plan to have a 4-story apartment complex building right off of Pleasure House Road, which was initially what they came to us as a good idea. So I am glad to see they at least moved it a few feet back from the street that does not have a sidewalk. However, this committee really has a great opportunity to help us facilitate growth and development in Virginia Beach, but to still keep the integrity of our community by not approving this property to be rezoned as A36. I won't harp on that too much because I know others have talked about that specifically. But the Virginia Beach Comprehensive Plan does include this as part of the suburban area of the Bayfront community. According to the staff plan that you all looked at, it clearly states that includes preserving and protecting the character, economic value, and the aesthetic quality of the neighborhoods, while also achieving the lowest reasonable density for residential use. So I would say that A36 does not even come close to being protected in this. Again, definitely would love to see them absolutely transform this development with an infinity pool and beautiful kitchens and a gym. But that can certainly be done with an A24 zoning or less. So I've been told I'm a talker. I will be clear in what I'm asking for today. I ask the committee not to approve the rezoning request for A36.
The next speaker is Duncan Byers. Duncan, if you'll pause 2 to 3 seconds, we will unmute your mic and you can begin your comments.
Yes, hi, my name's Duncan Byers. I'm a resident of
Chicks Beach, along with my wife and my just over 2-year-old daughter. I'm going to keep this very, very short. Most of the important points, I think, have been hit on by the other members of the Civic League. But just so you know, I am not only a member of the Civic League, but I also serve in an unofficial capacity as legal counsel and provide legal advice. I'm a partner at Patton Warnham, Hatton and Diamondstein. The single point that I need to make to the committee today is that if the committee actually sends this up to the city council for approval and the city council does approve it, that would be in direct violation of the existing zoning ordinances. The existing zoning in the site does not meet the prerequisites to allow the city council to increase the zoning to A24 or A36 by the very language of the zoning ordinance. And the Virginia Supreme Court has already held that to do so in a separate case, but with facts that are exactly on point, to do so is arbitrary and capricious and is a void act. And so as this committee considers whether or not to send this up to the city council for consideration, should also take into consideration the legal ramifications of it as well, because what's going to end up happening, quite frankly, is that there's going to be a legal challenge, and whether or not that comes out in favor of the new zoning or not, of course, is going to be up to the courts, but the committee needs to take that into account while it's considering this. And as a consequence, I oppose the plan as it stands right now.
We have a question for the speaker, please.
Yep. Mr. Byers, can you give us some legal citations as to where you determined that this was an improper action in terms of our ordinance or state law?
Yes, I can. First off, we need to look at the language of the ordinance itself that says specifically, and I'm quoting here, the A24 and A36 apartment districts are created in recognition of the existence of developed areas where multifamily dwellings exist at densities between 24 and 36 dwelling units per acre. It is not the intention to create additional A24 or A36 districts or to enlarge the limits of existing A24 or A36 districts, except in cases to promote infilling in areas that are already zoned or developed at densities between 24 and 36 dwelling units per acre. So what we have there is we have conditions precedent to being able to change the zoning. None of the existing area actually falls in between A24 and A36 as required by the ordinance, and so they don't meet the conditions precedent. And according to the Supreme Court in the case of Renke v. County Board of Arlington County, and I'll give you the specific citation, that is 272 Virginia 369. If you look specifically at language, and forgive me, I have to flip through to my marked up version. I was going to be there today, but could not physically. In considering the case, and I would recommend strongly that the council look at it in detail. I will give you the summary, and then you all can review it and consult with council as necessary to understand what I'm talking about. The Supreme Court said here the county acted in direct violation of its zoning ordinance when the county rezoned a portion of the property from one zoning classification to another without complying with the eligibility requirements set out in its own ordinance. Its action was arbitrary and capricious and not fairly debatable, therefore rendering the rezoning void and of no effect. And that is, like I said, the first part of the paragraph just prior to the conclusion. It was a decision from 2006, And the holding was written by Justice Kinzer.
Thank you very much.
Do we have any other questions for the speaker? Thank you very much, sir.
Next speaker is Melissa Griffith. Melissa, if you can pause for 2 to 3 seconds, we will unmute your mic and you can begin your comments. Do you wish for me to call the other WebEx participant who didn't respond? Do you wish for me to call for her again?
If she disconnected herself, then we're fine.
That would be the end of our speakers, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Mr. Nutter, would you like to come forward, please?
Thank you very much. I'd like to address a couple of the points, and I believe I have 3 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, on rebuttal.
Probably with all our questions, you'll end up with more than that.
Well, I'll do my best.
So I think we'll just start.
Well, thank you. First of all, I'm not here to threaten you if you don't approve this, by the way. There's plenty of law to support the council's ability to adopt rezonings. But even if we play that little game, I would point out to you that the density here is 28 units to the acre, right between 24 and 36. The only reason, and I want to make this point to you, we originally zoned this property, submitted it as A36, the whole thing, with a density restriction to 411. And we were told by the Civic League, you're trying to trick us, you'll come back. So they said, if you can divide this up so that your maximum density is at 36 and 24, so you can't possibly come back. And originally, Mr. Tejan rejected that idea. He said, that's ridiculous. He said, we do conditional rezonings all day long, limiting the density. All day long. You do it. You've seen it probably once a month at least. So we did it. We amended the application with A36 and A24. And we told the Civic League, if there was an A28 zoning, we would do it. There is no A28 zoning, and that's what led us to the situation we're in today. So, but I point out specifically because we did this to prevent the very thing they're concerned about, which is this zoning creep concept that's been dreamt up. This is the maximum we can do on this property, period. We can't come back and tear down old buildings because we can't park them. It's just that simple. This is it for Windsong. This is it for its next 20 years to make it viable. So I want to defeat that idea that somehow that we are doing zoning creep. We're not. That we are threatening to sue you because if you don't grant this. We're not doing that because we believe you got more than enough discretion to approve this application. I would like to address a couple of their points, though, about stormwater, because I would direct you to page 8 of your write-up, and I would direct the opposition to the same page that says that in this case, we did more than most applicants. We went to and got the actual stormwater models for Lake Bradford and Lake Joyce, and we also did our own geotechnical investigations of the soil samples in and around the property to know what kind of stormwater systems will work and what will not. So I'm happy to tell you that we can not only comply with the ordinance, as we've said, so those who are concerned about flooding and stormwater, this is the only answer that's being proposed by anybody that's help fixing the problem. And I'll have to stop there, Madam Chairperson, unless I have additional questions.
Okay.
Can I go on with what you're getting to then?
Yes, sir.
So the stormwater, so you did borings?
Yes, sir. We did geotechnical work on the site, and they've looked at the soil types. They're very comfortable with what we're proposing. That's why we even put in the proffer, that I'm getting some feedback, we even put in a proffer that we would increase the amount of stormwater by 10,000 cubic feet above what the city requirements would be. And that your own report says that would result in a significant benefit to the residents in the area.
What was the required?
The required amount is that we reduce the amount of flow off the property by 20% from what's coming off today. So we do that as we have to meet that requirement, period. What we've done, however, is not only that, we're holding an additional 10,000 cubic feet of water on the site before releasing it. So we're almost doubling the holding capacity on site, on this property.
So you're holding it, you're not treating it?
Oh, we treat it too. You have to treat it as well.
Okay.
But you have to hold it and treat it. So then what is released is number one, is treated, and it's released at a much, much lower volume. Not just, actually two different things. It's released at a lower capacity, and it's reduced at a lower volume. So there's less water coming off that site.
And currently you have nothing on site?
There's currently nothing up there.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And currently, the water that's running off of this site is not being treated, is that correct?
That's correct. There's absolutely nothing on this site at all.
Can you, there's a couple of things I had questions on. Can you speak to the setback on Pleasure House Road, please?
Happy to do so. The reason, I'm going to go to the site plan. Well, this is fine too. In this case, as your staff points out, and the reason why they didn't oppose this request. And this request too, by the way, is not a variation. This is, just as Mr. Hahn has said, this is part of it's a PDH overlay, so we get to set the standards. And in this case, what happened is we were asked to make a 5-foot dedication of property for the city, so when they come along and do road improvements, as are proposed in 2024, that you'll have sufficient right-of-way for sidewalks, road improvements, drainage, and so forth. And all of those are in your CIP program today. So, by the way, there'll be a full sidewalk across the entire frontage of this property. I want everybody to know that. But the reason why staff was supportive of this is because, one, we were dedicating property to the city to widen the road. And under your ordinance, you measure setbacks not from where the right-of-way is, but from where the reservation or the dedication line is. So we're actually more than 10 feet away from where the current right-of-way is. So what we did instead was we measured from where the actual roads are, and there's a turn lane into the apartment complex we'll have to build. We'll be 27.8 feet from that turn lane, and the through lane that people drive on every day will actually be 38.7 feet from that lane. So these numbers can be deceiving sometimes. We'll be set back from what the public sees, about 38 feet.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have any other questions? Yes, Mrs. Klein.
No, yes, ma'am.
What is the expected rental increase on the new renovated properties?
Sure, it's going to vary. And I'm glad you brought that up, because it'll be about $125 a month increase. The benefit, though, is that the bulk of these buildings, 12 of these buildings remain the same. They get redone, but they're still small. The units are real small, and they still won't have washers and dryers in the units. So what we can charge for the bulk of those units, as you can see, is going to be much, much less than what's available in the marketplace. The higher rents are going to be in the newer apartments that have 9-foot ceilings, all the goodies, but everybody gets to benefit by the amenity packages. Everyone gets the benefit of that. But what it means is we'll have two different tiers of rents in that complex. One for the new units, which will be more expensive, and one's for the older units, which will still be well under the market. In fact, the new units at the Pearl, which is at the Marina Shores, a 1-bedroom unit is $1,790. A 2-bedroom unit is $2,500 a month. We are well under market out here. Now, this isn't on the water, but I would tell you, look at the ones by Franklin Johnson, and they've already left, sorry. But a beautiful project we did for them down at Diamond Springs Road. They're in the $1,700 a month range for one, and they have different variations with one with den and so forth. But basically about $1,600 to about $2,200 for 1 to 2 bedrooms. So as you can see, if we increase rents by $100 to $125, we're still well under marketplace.
So for the older buildings that are being renovated?
Yes, ma'am.
That's a $100 to $500 increase?
About $100 to $125, somewhere in that range.
$1 to $125?
Yes, ma'am, somewhere in that range.
Okay.
And but they'll be at least much nicer as well.
And how does that compare to the similar complexes in the area?
I don't know. Pleasure House has a lot of small complexes. I don't know if you've driven down there, but they have a lot of, small apartment units with, 6 units, 12 to 18 units and those kind of things. So I don't know what their rent ranges are. I just know that we have to do something to improve what we have. That's the biggest problem. And how do you do that financially viable, take care of your tenants, find out for their money, and stay within the city's traffic concerns and meet stormwater requirements and add on to additional stormwater requirements. That's about $100,000 extra they're paying just for that additional capacity. So it adds up. And like I said, but they've done everything you can see to keep rates as low as they can and to help clients. In fact, they're the only company I've ever seen that's helping people pay to move out of their complex.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Graham?
Thank you. Can you talk a little bit about the traffic impact?
Oh, thank you. I'd be happy to. We did, Rick did a great job on the report, by the way. Rick has a minimal base upon which if you do not add X number of capacity on a roadway, you don't have to do a traffic study. This was under that level, so we didn't have to do one. Well, we went to Rick and said, we'd like to do one, the neighborhood's gonna want one. So he said, well, let's assume the following, because you're gonna be well under anything you can do. He said, let's assume that you're at the higher density, even though we lowered it. We went to 435 units. He said, we already knew 80% of the traffic coming out of Windsong goes directly to Shore Drive, and 20% goes out the other way, for whatever reason, wherever they're going. He said, assume 100% go toward Shore Drive. So, and don't give yourself any credit or any traffic generation by virtue of there are storage units out there. I said, don't take that into consideration to make this as worst case scenario you could possibly have. And we did that, and what he found was that we would increase the timeline. You would be at the intersection of Shore Drive and Pleasure House by about 1.9 seconds. So we ran independent of that. We said, let's run it at the 20%, 80-20% split with 411 units. And yes, there are people out there using those storage units. And it came out to 1.4 seconds delay there. And that's why he said there's a measurable difference. There's no discernible difference in this road. In fact, his report even says, there's additional capacity on this roadway to staying in the same level of service. We could add 3,662 vehicle trips a day, more than what this complex has, and still be within the capacity of the right-of-way.
Yes. Mike, did you have a question?
I do.
Yes, Mike.
Could you tell us what the time frame is going to be for this development?
Yes, sir.
Including the renovation of the the ones that are going to remain?
Yes, sir. I think the plan was if this is approved by council and we go to council next month, as you know, we would hope to have site plan approval in late summer of this year and look at maybe starting the renovations and demolitions of because some of the units have to be demolished. So in those instances, we would start probably the latter part, about this time next year, if things go well.
I mean, completing the entire.
Oh, completing the project?
Completing the apartment.
I'm sorry, I don't have, one of the detriments is that you don't have your client right with you when you, I apologize, I'm not sure I know the answer to that. Oh, thank you. Oh.
22 months from the beginning.
22 months from start to beginning because of the time lag.
All right. And as far as this two-tier rent program,
yes, sir.
I'm just curious as to whether or not Bonaventure has done this in another community where they have had a mix of brand new and renovated.
This is Jeremy Moss. He's with Bonaventure.
I recognize him.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. The question was, has Bonaventure done any projects like this with old and new components. Sure.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My name is Jeremy Moss from Bonaventure, for the record. Mr. Inman, we did a similar renovation at the Amber Apartments, which is on Volvo Parkway and Greenbrier, right at the corner of Edenway. Very, very similar in that we took existing apartment buildings, renovated them from the inside out, and added additional units. So we have operated them on a two-tiered approach, as you described. You know, what's interesting, and I heard questions from Commissioner Klein in particular about the rents. Our rents are changed every day. And as Mr. Nutter described, they are constrained somewhat by the rent size, or excuse me, by the unit size. So, you know, as we talk about affordability of units, what we're really talking about here is a mix of units that's different than what you're going to find at a brand new apartment complex. And that's part of the reason that we kept the buildings that we kept, is to have that unit mix. I heard concerns about the haves and the have-nots. And I simply, based on my experience in multifamily development, don't think that that's going to happen here. We don't have such a varied difference in unit type. It's the same amenities, it's the same access to everything. It's simply the unit size, and you wouldn't know from going to the mailboxes whether you have a big unit or a little unit, whether you have a renovated unit when you're at the pool or whether you're at one of the newer units. So, yeah, I certainly appreciate and understand those concerns, but I don't know that it's founded.
Thank you, Jeremy. Last question I have for RJ is about tree preservation.
Oh, yes, sir.
What are you doing on?
Yes, sir. Well, I'll tell you what we did. We went out with actually one of the members of the Civic League, and if the portion of the property where you see the single-family home, if you move to the left of that along there, there's a large, large stand of existing tall trees along there. Some of them are in this dedication area we're giving. But we found a large number of them, and these are big trees. These are like 20-inch diameter trees and larger. We found about 7 to 8 of those can stay. And our goal was to have, when you look down Pleasure House Road, to really see pretty much the same thing you're seeing, with the exception of that one new building, which is 3 stories. And there's, by the way, the Tranquility units, as you may know, Mr. Inman, are 2- and 3-story units, mostly 3-story units. So just like them. But to see this large stand of trees out there, and that was the goal of that tree preservation. And a lot of the things that also, they asked us to identify the tree preservation along Northampton Boulevard, all those trees along there. You see that it's a different color green, if you will, versus the old versus the new in the plan. Those will be preserved as well. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Any more questions for Mr. Yes, Jack?
So my question is, what are the constraints of redeveloping this property? If from what I've heard that, and what I've understood over the years is that Shore Drive and the Pleasure House area is a fairly desirable area to live. The constraints of redeveloping it within the zoning that is existing.
Well, this has the strangest zoning I've ever seen on it today. It has a combination of R10, R7.5, A12, and 824. I'm not sure of the history of that, by the way, but I would tell you that we've kept the density as low as we can to be able to do with it. That's why we reduced it from our original application from 435 to 411. So we've kept that as low as we could. And we also kept the amount of new construction to a minimum in this as well, to also keep down costs.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Thanks.
Anyone else? No?
No.
Thank you,
Madam
Mr.
Chairman,
Nutter.
my pleasure, sir.
All right, this hearing is now closed, and we'll open it up for discussion amongst the commissioners.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. First off, I'd like to thank everybody for being here today. I know it's been a long afternoon requiring a lot of patience, and I appreciate folks taking time out of their workday to be here, and those folks who joined us on WebEx and those who are watching us on VBTV. We do appreciate your participation. I want to start with, I want to correct a couple misrepresentations, because I think that's important. This site is not being rezoned to A36. I got dozens of emails telling me don't rezone this to A36. It's being rezoned to a portion of which A36 is less than half. So let's start with that. It would be an A28 site. The A36, in fact, would be pushed up against Northampton Boulevard where trucks rumble off the Chesapeake Bay Bridge Tunnel. It is not a meandering country lane. It is one of the largest and most industrial-oriented roadways, certainly in, in Virginia Beach. So, and that's why those buildings are set that way. So I think we have to look at that realistically and accurately. Pleasure House Road does not operate at level of service E. Pleasure House Road operates at level of service E in the evening peak hour, which is to say rush hour. I don't know an intersection in Virginia Beach which at rush hour is not crowded. In the entire United States, that is not crowded. So that ought not be a surprise, I think, but it ought to be, it ought to be represented accurately. It is not the case, manifestly not the case, that a site that's never had stormwater control and then gets stormwater control to the very high standards that we set today. And not only that, but then a greater contribution on that will be worse for stormwater than it is today. I mean, that's just not, water is wet. The sky is blue. I can understand those things, and I can understand that something that doesn't have anything, but then it has much greater, is going to be a contribution in that regard. So I think there's all things that we have to keep in mind. They're as clear as the sun comes up tomorrow morning. Those are facts that we know. I think we have to keep in mind what Windsong is today. Windsong, in my view, is one rung on the ladder above Blight. This is a very old, very rundown property with few amenities, if any. It is a site that is ripe for redevelopment, okay? So this is not greenfield development, or an infill development that's, whatever, a 15-acre parcel, that's pasture land or something. It is a very rough site in a very wonderful neighborhood, okay? But it is proposed to be redeveloped and revitalized as a residential project. These projects, in my mind, you've heard me say this before, are the least impactful use. Drop a Home Depot on 15 acres. Drop a Target on 15 acres and see what traffic would be. If something like that were proposed, we would all freak out. It's not. It's just a place where people live. And I'll bet you if this is successful and it's constructed, we would hardly notice the impact on traffic. And the idea that little babies are going to be run over in the street because the traffic will be so giant an increase is just ludicrous. It's just made up. So let's go back and start now. We have Windsong. It is one rung on the ladder, in my view, above Blight. What's proposed here is an improvement in a number of very substantial ways. It improves stormwater. It improves the community by virtue not just of the aesthetics. It looks a lot better than a whole bunch of stuff on Pleasure House Road. If you look at these renderings and you look at the design, it's a very high-quality development. There's no question about it, the amenities and all. What then would be the objection to it? So far as I can tell, when you sort through all those misrepresentations, the thing that really is an issue with some folks is the density. But that's just a concept. What I want to know is, what's the impact of that? What is the significance of that? To hear the staff tell it, while the intersection, we're speaking of Pleasure House Road and Shore Drive, while the intersection operates over capacity at a level of service E in the evening peak hour, the additional apartment units will not result in a significant increase in vehicle delay or queuing. The engineering staff reviewed the analysis and concur with the findings. So it's not going to hurt traffic. It says in the report, it doesn't have a significant impact on schools. It's not up on Pleasure House Road, the 836. It's back against Northampton Boulevard, which is not a bucolic, meandering country road. So I don't really see what the impact is that we should fear. But it greatly lifts up a very banged up old property and revitalizes a part of this city. And very frankly, we need way, way, way more of it in this city. And we will see more of it. There's no question. And it is the single best way we have of revitalizing this city, of addressing stormwater, and of lifting people up in various places. So From a land use perspective, which is what we do here, we don't count up what rents are and whether or not people should pay more rent or they should pay less. From a land use perspective, if we look at it from that point of view, I can't get around that. I don't see what the negative impact is that would cause me to want to throw out those benefits, which are clear and identifiable. So we have been through, I don't know, I've been to 2 Civic League meetings. I've had, I don't know how many conversations on the telephone with these people. At the end of the day, you still get back to that calculation. And it seems to me there are a lot more things lining up in the pro column than line up in the con column. So I would argue that on balance, you know, this is a fine project. I don't know anyone that's perfect. I don't know what they're keeping that little house for. It just doesn't seem to make any sense to me. Be that as it may, I'm going to recommend that we recommend approval on this application, and I'll certainly support it. Thank you.
Well, before I give it to Mike, I think my understanding was, and RJ, you can correct me if I'm wrong about the little house, just so that we have that on the list, because I was going to bring that up with Mr. Nutter, that it was asked by the Civic League not to tear it down so that the street, when you went down it, it looked as it always had, along with the trees and the house. And
I'm saying it's not perfect. I don't have an objection to it. That's the plan that they've proposed, but that now looks to me like the spot zoning on this site, right? That's the kind of thing that sticks out, like, you know, what's weird about this site.
But it was the developer agreed to keep the house there versus tearing it down, so that when everybody went down Pleasure House Road, it continued to look as it was originally.
We're keeping the zoning on that piece to R7.5 as well.
Mr. Edmond.
I agree with what Dave has said. Overall, I want to emphasize a couple points. First of all, I got to tell or say to you that, you know, we have tremendous amount of staff analysis. We have staff analysis of reports generated by the applicant that they have reviewed and found acceptable and valid. We need to rely on that. We've heard some of the opponents to indicate that they don't think they're valid, but I understand maybe they don't, but I want to rely on what we know from our staff. And unless proven wrong by someone. And the stormwater aspect of it is so important to the city, and the stormwater requirements that we have in the city now are very, very strenuous, very difficult to achieve and expensive, and we should be so happy that we have a developer who's going to come in and take a site that's got a lot of impervious surface and manage it from a stormwater standpoint. It's going to be very expensive to do that. No matter what happens to this property in terms of redevelopment, that's going to be a component of it, and it's expensive to do. This project is in need of renovation for sure. I don't think anybody disagrees with that. I've heard everybody agree on that. The aesthetics that are being achieved by the renovation is a benefit to our community generally and to the Chicks Beach community for sure. The last thing I think is that this, the affordable housing aspect, we critically need affordable housing in Virginia Beach. I think that this provides a level of affordable housing that is important. It may not be the most affordable housing in Virginia Beach, but it's going to be quality affordable housing in that category. And I think this developer's gone a long way to work with the community, work with the Chicks Beach community, work with the staff to achieve what I would hope to be a big plus for the area. Thanks.
Mr. Weiner.
So I agree with Mr. Emmett and Mr. Redmond. I've known about this for a while. I think it's been out for a while in the time frame, but one of the biggest things that has stuck with me when this first came out is the only thing we should be thinking about is an apartment complex with 139 units, because this existing one's been there for so long now. And another thing we need to think about in the city of Virginia Beach, there's really no new places to build. We have to redevelop. And this is a perfect spot to redevelop. They're going to fix up the old place and build new. And when it comes to drainage and water, what has to be done with this is beyond us. I mean, this is all state regulated. All the new conditions that need to be done, they need to be followed. It's superb. It's not just going to help this place. It's going to help out Chicks Beach. And I know it's hard to understand that, and I'm sure a lot of you do understand that, but it's in the future, I think things are going to get better. I'm going to keep this short, but I'm going to support this also.
Yes. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Graham.
Okay. The stormwater regulations that changed in July of 2014 are very strict. And to see that this developer's not only, I mean, he has to do, or they have to do the new stormwater, they have to abide by the new stormwater regs, but to go even beyond that with with water quality and water quantity, I think is a big plus for the community. And I really appreciate and I understand the community's concerns, but I just don't agree with them. I've lived in Virginia Beach most of my life, and I love that area over there. And I tell you, this apartment community is in need of renovation, and this is a very attractive project. It really is. And to know that it's going to take care of stormwater regulations beyond the regulations, and they have proffer number 2. It caps the number of units that they can have at 411. So I know that there's concern about that, but they're proffering that. So I'm going to support this project. Things evolve, and you want them to evolve. And this is a good project for the community and for the city. And so anyway, I'm going to support it.
Ms. Klein?
I wrote mine out. Okay. I agree that the complex is in desperate need of renovation and that the current plan is very attractive. I hear the concerns of the Civic League residents regarding traffic and density, and also noted that none of those are in favor are neighbors. My greatest concerns are those shared by the pastor. I know the difference a $100 per month increase in expenses can make on a monthly budget. I appreciate Bonaventure's efforts to assist with the well-being of their tenants, including their partnership with Catholic Charities. However, I am a social worker, also on a nonprofit salary. I engage with clients who don't have the luxury of choices, and I remain concerned about those residents. For that reason, I plan to vote against.
Mr. Wall?
I think that the members of the Civic League and the opposition were very well spoken. You had very solid and very sound arguments, concerning existing zoning, and I really appreciate that they pointed out the piece right out of our own zoning ordinance concerning the A24 and in the A36 zoning. But I think that this, this development and helps. The development and the density, it helps justify updating and modernizing an existing and aging apartment buildings. I think that the architecture is, very, very sound, very desirable, and I think it can add value to the community. So, also the traffic. I know traffic was an issue, and it is an issue. I know that the heavily trafficked corridor over Shore Drive can be a challenge to navigate through. But I think that the analysis that was done was acceptable. I don't see it necessarily setting a precedence, but if it does, then maybe it's not such a bad precedence that it sets in the redevelopment of the complex. So I'm in favor of it.
Anyone else? All right, well, I want to reiterate what Commissioner Redmond said. I just really appreciate all the time and effort and all of you all coming down and spending your day here. We've been here quite some time, and we're all not even through yet. And we always appreciate and want to hear everybody's voices. And so I do believe that we have a motion from Commissioner Redmond.
No, not yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you did at the very beginning. I apologize.
Guys, did you?
Sorry, Mr. Edmond, go right ahead.
Only to point out that Mr. Redmond didn't make a motion. So I'll make a motion to approve the application.
Second.
So we have a motion by Mr. Edmond, seconded by Commissioner Redmond, and I will call for the question, please.
Commissioner Alcaraz?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes? Commissioner Barnes is absent. Commissioner Costin is absent. Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley is absent. Commissioner Imman?
Aye.
Commissioner Klein?
Nay.
Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
Aye.
Commissioner Weiner?
Aye.
Commissioner Oliver?
Aye.
By a recorded vote of 7-1, item number 7 has been approved.
Thank you all, and we are going to take a 5 to 10 minute break before we resume. Welcome back. And we are going to go ahead and continue now with the rest of our agenda for the day. So if our Madam Clerk will call our next item, please.
Next item is item number 16, Walter Lee Burnett, an application for conditional use permit short-term rental at property located at 926 Maryland Avenue. Is the applicant present?
Welcome. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
Walter Lee Burnett.
And can you tell us a little bit about your, I'm sorry, we are on number 16. Great, thank you. Tell us a little bit about your rental property, please.
Sure. I bought the property about 2 years ago. It was in need of renovation. I invested about $25,000 into it. Worked with my neighbors next to me where we paved the parking area, which hadn't been paved in years. We stay there probably just as much as we do rent it as well. So I'm a native of Virginia Beach. I grew up here, went to Green Run High School. And we basically rent it out to help pay the payment. I live in Richmond at this time, but we're down here quite a bit. Have quite a few friends on Maryland Avenue. Then we all support each other and taking trash out, making sure grass is cut, things like that.
Okay, thank you. And you are, I'm sorry, I thought you had your hand up, George. And you are currently renting it?
Not right now.
Okay. When was the last time?
My last rental was in August after I spoke with zoning.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, we have some speakers today?
Yes, ma'am. We have 2 speakers for this item. Carrie Copenhaver.
Welcome. If you'll state your name for the record, please. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Carrie Copenhaver. I live at 603 16th Street. I also have a rental property at 941 Maryland Avenue. And I am in support of Lee's short-term rental. I work with him with that as far as being his support. So if he's ever out of town or needs anything, I'm right there to take care of it. We also have our cleaner, Laura, who lives on Maryland Avenue as well. So we're there to help support him while he operates that, and he comes in and visits, and we socialize and whatnot. So just we're in support of his continuing to use that as a short-term rental.
Thank you.
Bill Wright. Calling again for Bill Wright. That would be all the speakers, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we'll go ahead and close this hearing and open it up to the commissioners.
We just had some questions for the applicant.
Do we have questions?
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead. You have questions?
For Mr. Burnett, yes.
All right, Mr. Burnett, would you please come to the podium? Thank you.
Hi, Mr. Burnett.
Hi.
There was some opposition. They did contact me just recently. I was aware of of both of them that I know. But anyway, the question I had is, they said recently you've been renting short-term rentals?
I have not rented. When I spoke with Mr. Miller in August to figure out how the process should work, that's when I stopped renting.
Okay, and you live here, or?
I live in Midlothian, I'm from here, and but I do spend 4 to 5 months a year here.
Okay. The opposition, they're close proximity to you?
Sure.
And what I was told is there was some problems, and it wasn't taken care of in a timely manner. Do you have a manager local that's going to handle that, and is that contact information public?
I've never heard of any problems. I have a 4.98 rental average on VRBO.
How did you get that?
How did I get it?
Yeah, how did you get that
rating? I take incredible pride in making sure that I do everything to take care of the property, really. I put in sod in the yard, I put up a new fence.
Well, who rates that?
The people that had stayed in the past.
That's what I'm asking.
Oh, yes.
How many of those did you have?
I don't know the number, actually. This year, it's not been as many as the year prior. The year prior, I had probably 25, maybe? I'm not 100% sure of that number.
So my concern is we need a timely manner if there's a problem, and I need to make sure that for the neighborhood, for quiet enjoyment, that it's taken care of in a timely manner.
Sure.
And that's what I want to know is who is your manager locally, and are they available, and is it public record on who they can contact if there's a problem?
So the answer is I have Carrie Copenhaver, obviously, that is available. She lives close by. I have Laura, our housekeeper, that lives right down the sidewalk from me. I also have Kelly Trebor here, who is number 17 on this list, that we're neighbors in Richmond and neighbors in here, and we all support each other. Like I said, I did grow up here. If I do have a problem, the people that are renting have my phone number. They have my wife's number. Well,
I'm talking about the neighbors if there's a problem.
How
do they know who to call?
The neighbors, I don't know the answer to what the neighbors,
Okay.
certain neighbors anyway. Some neighbors have, like my next door neighbor and 2 doors down, for example, Brian has my number.
Okay.
My neighbor on the other side has my number. So there are multiple neighbors that do have my phone number.
Okay. And the reason I bring this up, the opposition was and actually one of the guys just walked in, so I'll let them divulge that. Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Bill Wright's here.
I think the opposite. I think, Madam Clerk, I think our other speaker might have just walked in.
Would you like me to recall him?
Yes, please.
Bill Wright.
Bill Wright.
Hi, my name's Bill Wright. I live at 904 Maryland Avenue, and I'm opposed to this conditional use permit. We live in a quiet neighborhood, and we don't want to commercialize the neighborhood. This property has been listed since March 2019, and so we have some experience with some of the renters there. There's been a lot of traffic. There's been several parties in that facility. There's also at times, I think some commercial trucks have been parking there. I think that some construction crews come in and rent the place as well. So there's been a lot of traffic, and we're concerned about the parking issues there. I think there's supposed to be 3 spots, but there's not a lot of there's no on-street parking there, so we're concerned about that. And there's also, this is the parking there. So there's no real on-street parking. It's just those 3 spots there. So, we've had construction trucks parked there, and it's just been a lot of activity over the past year or so there. There's also, I believe he has an outdoor shower in the back, And although I haven't been a witness to it, I've heard that there's been occasions where there's been some nudity in the backyard, and there's kids in the neighborhood and that sort of thing, so we're concerned about that as well. So I just wanted to stand in opposition to it.
Do we have any questions? Thank you very much. Mr. Burnett, would you come back up to the podium, please? I think Commissioner Weiner has a question for you.
How long have you been paying taxes on your short-term rental?
Since day one.
When's that? When was that?
I bought the house in November of 2019. I did some renovations. I believe I went to City Hall in March of, or maybe February of, I bought the house in November, I'm sorry, of 2018.
Okay.
I went to City Hall in probably February of 2019 to do the business license and things like that.
And that's when you started paying your taxes then?
Yes, sir.
And they didn't tell you about the conditional use permit then?
Not at that time, no.
Okay.
It was later in the year that they came out with that first set of rules.
Did you buy this house specifically for short-term rentals?
Not necessarily. Like I said, my parents, I'm from here. My parents obviously lived here until they retired. When my parents moved away, I decided, we were coming down here and spending time with friends. And I just was tired of, basically staying in people's houses and staying in hotels and this and that.
Okay.
And I do stay in the house quite a bit. I'd like to address Mr. Wright's additional comments also, if I may. There is a shower on the side of the house. My property is surrounded by a 6 feet tall privacy fence, and the shower is also surrounded by a privacy fence. So I'm not sure how people walking around nude, in theory, would be something that someone would see personally. But I have a very strict no party policy. And I've never heard anyone say, now, I would be glad to share my contact information with Mr. Wright. I don't know him, and I've never met him before. But as far as trucks parking, it's only been in the last few months that the city has come up with the 3 parking. I advertised my house for 2 cars. And if there's been a work truck, it may have been a rental that came in. I do rent to people that want to work here, supposedly. Sometimes it's 2 weeks, maybe it's 4 weeks, whatever, but I don't ask them what kind of vehicle they drive. But like I said, I do have a strict no party policy. I'm aware of that house at all times. I take great pride in that house. I did a lot of work on that house. It's something that I'm going to keep. I'm just a few years from retirement. And I would be more than happy to share my contact information with any neighbor that's interested.
Anybody else? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll close this hearing now. And open it to the commissioners. Ms. Klein.
I think one of the problems that I'm noticing for vacation homes is that it's hard for neighbors to tell who's having the party. Is it because they don't always know when the owner of the property is in town? So if you have a gathering that is boisterous, how is the neighbor supposed to know it's the owner versus it's a renter? That seems to be a theme in people who use the house as a second home.
Okay. Anybody else? George?
Thanks. Well, I don't know where the other person was that was going to come. I think it was the anonymous one, which I did talk to, but neither here nor there. It's, I took into consideration what I was told. Again, I'm all about the neighborhood. I'm all about the quiet enjoyment. These townhouses are close together. There's single-family homes just to the east of it. It's a community that I think I need to listen, and I've heard two people, and I'm going to go ahead and recommend denial for my district. So,
I have a motion on the floor for denial. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. We'll call for the question.
Commissioner Alcaraz?
aye.
Commissioner Barnes is absent. Commissioner Costin is absent. Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley is absent. Commissioner Inman?
No.
Commissioner Klein?
Nay.
Commissioner Redmond?
No.
Commissioner Wall?
Nay.
Commissioner Weiner?
Aye.
Commissioner Oliver?
Aye.
By a recorded vote of 4 to 4, item number 16 has been recommended for denial.
So with a 4-4 vote, that means that,
Motion fails.
yep, the motion fails. So I guess technically the floor is open for another motion.
All right. I'm going to close it again and ask for another motion. I will, do I have a motion on the floor? Mr. Inman?
I'll make a motion to approve. The reason I am is that I'm impressed with the applicant's concern, and I find him credible. I am concerned about the party allegations, and I think he's ready to deal with that. And I think he's been responsible, and he's met all the criteria otherwise. And that's why I'm making the motion for approval.
I'll second.
You call for the question, Madam Clerk?
Commissioner Alcaraz?
Nay.
Commissioner Barnes is absent. Commissioner Costin is absent. Commissioner Graham?
Did she see Graham?
Yes.
Nay.
Commissioner Horsley is absent. Commissioner Inman?
Aye.
Commissioner Klein?
Aye.
Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
Aye.
Commissioner Weiner?
Nay.
Commissioner Oliver?
Nay.
By a recorded vote of 4 to 4, motion fails.
With that, then you've done both, so the recommendation is denial by the Planning Commission.
Item number 17, James and Kelly Trebor, application for a conditional use permit for property located at 939 Maryland Avenue. Will the applicant please come forward?
Hi, will you state your name for the record, please? Do you mind speaking into the mic or adjust the mic so that we can hear you a little bit better? Thank you.
Where's our helper? He's not doing anything.
Madam Chair, it appears we're going with Plan B.
I love a good Plan B. Looks like some serious microphone now, doesn't it?
Hello, mic check. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
How about that?
There you go. All right, let's try again.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Kelly Trebor. Woo, you can really hear me now.
Hi, how are you? You want to tell us a little bit about your rental unit, please?
Certainly. It's at 939 Maryland Avenue. It's a 3-bedroom, 1,400 square feet townhome. And my husband and I recently purchased it. We closed in November, and we intend to enjoy that property as well as rent it. We live across the street from the Burnett's in Richmond, and they lived across the street here. And I'm really sad to hear that you've denied his short-term rental, because he has improved that property that he lives in incredibly so. So the neighbor over here, it's only helping his property value. I'm a real estate agent. I sell real estate. And we know that if you have properties that are not well maintained and you have long-term rental with absent owners, the property is, it's basically abandoned and it looks terrible. And you can tell in the communities, in his community, as well, and where he lives, they have several homes that aren't being maintained very well at all. And in this community, we do have long-term rental that is not being maintained. With a short-term rental, you have to maintain it to make it look good so people will pay to stay. And I don't see how that is a distraction to the community or, going to hurt somebody else's property value. And if there is something going on in the home that is disturbing the other neighbors already have the contact information. So I don't understand that at all. It doesn't make sense on a value side. It doesn't make sense on your real estate value side, as well as tax base and for Virginia Beach. So I don't understand that one bit, but we intend to enjoy this property. I grew up in Richmond and grew up coming to Virginia Beach all my childhood, and I love it here. So that is our intent. So we've already started to improve the property. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So you bought the property for a short-term rental?
I bought the property first and foremost to enjoy it.
And to rent it out.
And secondly, to rent it, yes.
And is it currently being rented?
I have a long-term lease right now.
And are you registered with the city, with the Commissioner of Revenue?
No. On my short-term rental application, it said that you register after this hearing.
No, ma'am. You have to register with the Commissioner of Revenue prior to this, unless we have changed something.
That was not my understanding, and now it's not the direction. It even states in there that you register with the commissioner after you get your approval.
If she's not operating as a short-term rental.
Why would you need to register before you go operate as a, I mean, it's not a prerequisite to apply for the use permit to register, right?
That is correct. If they are operating already, we do tell them they need to register to pay the back taxes. But if they are not operating currently, typically we don't require them to register.
Okay. Because that's not my understanding, was that you had to register with the Commissioner of Revenue first, pay the fee. Okay.
Well, but the point would be that if you apply and you're denied for a use permit, why would you ever want to register?
Well, that's true.
You're never going to be a short-term rental.
It's fine.
Do you have to register if you do long-term rentals?
No.
No, anything under 30 days is considered a short term. So, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, Mr. Weiner has a question for
Ma'am.
you, ma'am.
Who is the property manager for your short-term rental?
Carrie Copenhagen?
So same people
Yes.
taking care of yours? Okay. Yours is a little different, okay? That's what we're looking at, okay? Just want to let you know that.
Mr. Graham?
So, Carrie, is she a licensed real estate agent?
Yes, she is.
Okay. All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, do we have any
Yes,
speakers?
ma'am, there's two speakers. Carrie Copenhagen.
Hi, again, Carrie Copenhaver. I live at 603 16th Street and also own 941 Maryland Avenue. And just to clarify, I don't manage her property, she manages it, but I am the point of contact. So if there is an emergency that happens or you need somebody immediately, I'm the person that would respond to that, and that is what's registered in her application as well. I would like to address a couple of issues. One, let's talk about parties, because I think there's a misperception that people that come and rent these short-term rentals are partiers, and that may be a tiny percentage of the people that are renting them, and they're kind of, it's kind of easy to pick up on who they are, so we're able to weed them out pretty easily. Believe me, that is not what we as short-term rental owners want at all, is to have people partying at our place. For the most part, they're coming here to visit their family in the military. They're coming out, have somebody at a different location that is here for a long-term hospital visit. They are here for over a month, and they've got to meet with doctors. There's a variety of reasons that bring people here. The short-term rentals are a better option for them than a hotel, and it's an important amenity that we're offering to our tourists that come here. So we're not taking away from the hotels, we're actually adding to and providing another service for them. Specifically, I'm very sensitive to partying. We have Laura, that again, she's the cleaner that lives right there. To my knowledge, we've only ever had one party ever on Maryland Avenue, and that got shut down very quickly because we knew what was happening. And so we went, and I literally walked in and had everybody exit before it even got to be anything. There's a bunch of kids from Ocean Lakes. So I'm not clear what he's referring to, and I would love more information about that, because to my knowledge, And it's a townhouse community. I don't know that you can decide who in that townhouse community is having a party. We don't have any issues with parking. That entire community has issues with parking. There are residents or tenants that have commercial vehicles that are parking on Indian Road with their food trailers and food trucks and whatnot. So I don't know if he's confusing us with them or what is happening there, but it is a pretty transient community in those townhouses because you have a lot of tenants and you have some owners. The tenants do not take great care of their properties, and the homeowners do. As short-term owners, we take excellent care of our properties as well because we want to keep them maintained. I have two there, 941, 948. I take excellent care of my townhouses. We've added roofs, made improvements, blah, blah, blah. So again, I'm in support, and I want you to understand that we want to be good neighbors. That is our intent. And I make myself available. I've spoken to all of our neighbors. This gentleman lives just up further east of us, so I'm not quite sure what issues he's concerned about, but I would love to discuss that with him later so that we can resolve any disputes or challenges he may have. Thank you.
Bill Wright.
Hello, Mr. Wright.
Hi, thank you again. It's Bill Wright, and I'm rising in opposition to this conditional use permit for some of the same reasons. I'm not so concerned about the maintenance or the appearance of the properties. All property owners should be keeping their residences up to code and keep them nice. What I'm worried about is just the traffic on the street and the parking. You can see that the way that these cars are parked in this particular situation, there's two going in and one parked parallel behind them. So I just think it looks crowded and it just doesn't look it doesn't look like it's an easy way to do it. And we're just concerned about the traffic, you know, the short-term renters coming in and turning over every week, or what have you. So that's my reasons for opposing this permit.
Great. Do we have any questions? Mr. Wright, go ahead.
I do, Mr. Wright. So any history on this one?
Not for this particular one. I'm not sure that they're even doing any short-term rentals at this point. I think she said that there were longer leases there right now, so nothing here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm going to close the hearing at this time. No? Well, we can, if she'd like to. Do you want to come back up?
I just wanted to address the parking issue that he brought up, which is not a non-issue. As a short-term rental, it's advertised for 2 cars, not 3. The parking here is to meet your requirements to park 3 cars. You can actually get 3 cars in without having that parallel there, but I wasn't here in Virginia Beach to make that example so you could see it. So that is what was taken and given to y'all, and it is a satellite. It's taken right off of the Google Streets. So there are two units down. They get 4 cars in the same space parked behind each other. So I don't know what this gentleman is talking about. The townhome community is a very transient community. There are tenants that are coming and going and coming and going. That is the nature of that kind of a dwelling. And I just cannot fathom that there's all this traffic going down Maryland Avenue with short-term rental traffic. if we were living there, if my family were living there full-time, we would have 4 cars parked there. And so there would be 4 cars, and then my daughter and all of her friends would have their cars coming and going from our house. So I don't understand the difference between home ownership and parking and short-term rental and parking. It makes no sense at all. Anybody who has children there that are of driving age, you're going to have people coming and going. So that's what I wanted to talk to you about and dispute that comment on parking.
Mr. Weiner.
I know we have a little backup with COVID, but when did you apply for your conditional use permit?
I put my application in September, I think it was.
September.
It's on the form.
Okay, but you didn't purchase the property till November?
I was under contract for purchase, but we closed on the property on November 2nd.
Okay. Okay.
Mr. Alcaraz.
Yeah, I just want to clarify something. You
Sure.
said you only need 2 parking spaces, so you have how many bedrooms?
We have 3 bedrooms, but we only advertise for 2 cars. Only 2 cars can park there.
Okay. Okay, so the 3 was required by the ordinance, that's
Right,
Okay,
right.
thank you.
Mhm.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we will close the hearing now. The one thing I have to say is the previous applicant had been renting his house since 2018 and is now just coming forward, or bought it, and in February 2019. He was renovating it from November 2018 and then started to rent it and pay taxes on it in 2019. So that's quite some time before, and then was told by the city to please stop renting. So I have a problem with that. It just seems that there's a lot of short-term rentals in a small area, and I do have a problem with that, but anyway, that's where I am with all of this. There are 9 that I count on the map, unless somebody counts something different. And I know that we've had these discussions on how many is in a square block or 2 blocks do we want, especially in a townhouse area. But anyway, that's my concern with these, because she just mentioned that there were 2 more, plus hers, plus the other gentleman. So, anyway.
Well, sorry to say I'm going to stay consistent here on this street, so I'm going to recommend denial and let the commissioners decide also.
Yes, Mr. Weiner.
This is really strange. You have 2 of them across the street from each other, but 2 totally different scenarios. And I'm going to tend to support this one. I like this because how things are going. And she just purchased it. She's going through the right procedures. And so everything checked, all the boxes check on this. So I'm going to support this one.
Thank you. He made a motion. No. So we have a motion on the floor for a denial for this application. I need a second, please. Do not have a second. So I will.
I will make a substitute motion for approval.
Do I have a second for the substitute motion?
I'll second.
Mrs. Klein seconds it. Will you call for the question, please?
Commissioner Alcaraz?
Nay.
Commissioner Barnes is absent. Commissioner Costin is absent. Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley is absent. Commissioner Inman?
Aye.
Commissioner Klein?
Aye.
Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Can you repeat that, please? Commissioner Wall?
Aye.
Commissioner Weiner?
Aye.
Commissioner Oliver?
Aye.
By a recorded vote of 7-1, item number 17 has been recommended for approval.
Madam Clerk, I believe that's our last. Do we have one more? Goodness. Okay.
Yes, ma'am, we have one more.
Sorry.
Item number 19, Timothy Lee Sr., application for a conditional use permit for a short-term rental at 544 General Booth Boulevard. Will the applicant please come forward?
Welcome.
Hello, how are you guys?
We're fine. I didn't mean to forget you.
It's
so
okay,
I
my first
sit-
meeting, so I'm impressed by the work you guys are doing, so I wanted to give you a thumbs up for that. Will's been great working with the city, so I appreciate that. I bought this property back.
Sir, 1 second. I'm going to interrupt you real quick. If you'll just state your name for the record, please.
It's Timothy Glenn Lee, Sr. So I bought the house back in October of last year. It was being rented out. I think there were 3 or 4 college-age students living there at the time. The owner decided to sell it. So he did refurbish the property. I purchased it. I refurbished the exterior. I had multiple people, come by and thank me for cleaning the property up and making it more appealing to the curbside. I kind of stumbled into this by accident. I split up with my partner, so I was looking for income for the property I guess I thought of it around Labor Day of this year. So I went through, did some research, ran across the VRBO site. I did create a listing sort of by accident because it was so easy. You go on 2 minutes, you have a listing. And so I listed it to see what interest it might gauge. And I was looking to do maybe a couple of the weekends a month. So this is my full-time residence. What I would be doing is maybe 6 days a month, something like that. I do live there. I do travel somewhat. I do go to Outer Banks a lot in the summertime, so it's available. But this is not something I want to, this is my home. I'm very proud of the home. It's a very nice home. I really enjoy the neighborhood. The neighbors have been fantastic, and they have voiced some concerns, which I will address. I do have a fire pit in the back, and I do probably 3 or 4 times a week have a fire during these COVID times. And I did get some feedback, not directly, but through Will, that they had complained about some noise, and I'm 100% sure that noise was my noise. I do have a large family. They visit probably once or twice a week. If I'm out of town, sometimes people will come stay at the property, friends of mine from college or work or his family members. So I did do, I believe it was 6 days in September. I had tried to reach the planning commission, and I left a message a couple times. Anyway, I wasn't able to make contact. After I listed the property, I got a call from the treasurer's office who told me to come in and register. I did that. They hooked me up with a will. At that point, they advised me to do no further rentals, and that's what I did. So here we are. It's been a learning process for me as well. And like I said, I'm not looking to have a whole bunch of renters. I don't want parties. It's my home. I'm looking to rent it maybe once or twice a month at the most. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you.
Good.
Yeah, George?
So do you live there?
I live there, yes.
Full-time? So I'm very familiar with the house. On the right side, it's a one-story. What is that?
On the right side?
Yeah, it's a one-story residence, and then it's a 3-story
The house,
addition?
yeah, the original property was built in 1950. I believe the previous owner was a builder. I can't remember his name. It was Jeffrey Wallace, I believe it was. So I believe about 10 years ago, the house was updated, and they actually added on they added on to the house a three-story dwelling, but it's all one floorable house. It's not separated anyway.
So what's downstairs in that one story?
There's two, it's really a three, it's listed as a four-bedroom. So one of the bedrooms on the first floor was the previous, when it was a one-story little rancher back in the 50s, that was the living room. So I'm assuming when the previous owner rented it out, he rented that into a bedroom. So I guess the way it's listed now, it's 3 bedrooms downstairs. There's a lot of open area. It's a large house. I think it's 3,600 square feet. The entire second floor is the living space, kitchen, family room, and the entire third floor is master bedroom.
So I'm going to ask you this. It's just, it could be hearsay, but is there a kitchenette on the first floor?
No.
Okay. All right.
There's a dog shower.
And as far as the parking recently, I saw the pictures that were sent last night. You had a bunch of parking on Grace Avenue?
Well,
On Grace Avenue.
I had a neighbor to complain about someone parking beside their yard, so they had a picture. That's city parking. It's legal city parking. I don't know whose car it was, or there are people that park on Grace Avenue beside my yard every day of the week.
Yeah, I
So-
saw pictures in your yard next to the crepe myrtles.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, that's possible. I do know that when I bought the property, when it was being rented as a long-term rental, those were actually parking spaces. They would park between those crepe myrtles.
And I just happened to look up, and one of the complaints, I guess it was a review, it wasn't a complaint, more or less. They liked staying there, but they also said the parking was inadequate for 4 cars. That was one of your reviews?
Mhm. I don't think so. I could put easily 4 cars in the front if I wanted to. The back driveway is, I could put 5 cars behind my house, and I have a garage. There's no shortage of parking. I mean, if you have the diagram, you see the garage, you see 3 and 4. There's the spot behind the garage, that is a concrete pad that they used for parking before. And so just in the back, you could easily put 4 cars, and then you have 2 more spots in the front. And I know you don't count Grace Avenue as parking, but my neighbors park in my yard every day of the week on Grace Avenue.
And so when you do rent these short-term rentals, you go to Carolina, you go to Outer Banks?
Sometimes I do. I have 4 children, so I have lots of places to hang out, and I travel quite a bit for work. So, you know, if I rent it for a couple of days, I'll go to the Residence Inn for the weekend. And
So when there's a problem, who do the neighbors call?
well, I heard that question earlier, and I think it's a good point. I mean, if there's a way that you can recommend that we make our information available to neighbors, I'm certainly happy to do that. At the current time, really the only way to do it is neighbors that you are in contact with and the renter themselves. I mean, one way might be to list the number on the property. I know you're allowed to have a certain amount of signage, so put a phone number there. If there's other recommendations of how neighbors can contact other neighbors, I'm certainly happy to hear that. I mean, that's not unique to VRBO. I don't think that's everyone's problem.
So if you're out of town, do you have someone that can tend to that issue if there's any concerns?
Well, I'm usually not more than an hour and a half away. And typically, I've been in town.
Okay. I'm bringing this up because I think the opposition will be bringing it up. There's been some concerns, there's some history here.
Right.
So I'll let them bring that up. We'll
Okay.
ask you, but thank you.
Anything else?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Susan Thompson.
There's supposed to also be a virtual people coming in. Are they still?
Ma'am, if you'll just state your name.
Susan Thompson.
Thank you, Mrs. Thompson. I don't know that, when the clerk will let us know when that happens.
Okay. So if we, just to give you some perspective, Rudy Heights neighborhood is bounded by the south end of the Rudy Inlet Bridge down to the aquarium, General Booth, the streets parallel to, and abutting Lake Wesley and Lake Rudy. If we could see the first picture on the city, no, I'm sorry, the next one. Okay, the White House to the left, the white fence to the left is my house.
Ms. Thompson, are you representing the Civic League?
No.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And then if you can look at the picture on the handout that I just gave you, the 544 General Booth is the house in the top right. And you can see how close all those houses are and how they are directly affected by any kind of rentals and parties, whether they be loud or not, out on the decks. There's the second floor deck, third, and the crow's nest on the top. The white fence in the foreground is approximately 60 feet from the balconies, so it is all very, very close. If you could please show the site parking plan. The owner has provided 4 spaces, 2 on General Booth and 3 and 4 on Grace. However, his renters do not abide by that. You cannot put 4 cars on General Booth, because when you do, it goes over the sidewalk. And when it blocks the sidewalk, the people to the north of that can't see traffic. If you look at the second picture in the handout, unfortunately that wasn't taken when they were parked there, but you can see his driveway is the second one, just in front of the second mailbox, that 4 cars in there clearly come over the sidewalk. That sidewalk is heavily trafficked by pedestrian and bicycles. And as I say, it's a traffic hazard because you can't see trying to get out of your driveway past the vehicles. It's blocking the roads with vehicles coming. There has already been management problems with this house. It has been being rented, short-term rental. Hopefully the neighbors that are supposed to be calling in can address that better, but according to them, it has been occupied just every weekend since Labor Day weekend. I know there were people there over Thanksgiving. I have no way to verify whether they're family members or not. Rudy Heights is a long-established, quiet, single-family home neighborhood. People didn't move there to be part of the Boardwalk Hotel area. There's a
Ms.
sense of
Thompson,
security.
thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Thompson? No? Thank you.
Karen Rawlese.
Do you want to try her again, just in case she's outside?
Karen Rawlese.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we have another speaker?
Ron Kuhn.
All right, here it comes. Welcome. If you'll state your name for the record, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Ron Keene, and I live at 540 General Booth, adjacent to 544, in which they're requesting the STR. And let me go quick to say, I am just very impressed by this commission and what you're doing. I've been sitting here all afternoon. I think it's just great the way you're handling this. And I'm also very clear in saying I didn't expect to say anything. I just sent in a list of considerations, concerns that we had for this site short-term rental. But I'm happy to do that and say something. We are about 20 feet from 544, and their decks in the back look right down on our decks in our backyard, and any talking that's going on, anything that's going on, we can very clearly hear it. And of course, then they can see everything that's happening. So our privacy is completely gone. And the great concern that we have is that, number one, if the cars on General Booth at 544 are parked in tandem, one behind the other, then it obstructs the visibility to the south. So when we're driving out, you cannot see the traffic that's coming, and you cannot see any pedestrians that may be walking or skateboarding or riding their bikes on the sidewalk there. And it is very common, or it has been, to see cars parked in tandem there. The other concern, once again, is the noise level, and who would be from the decks in the back, and who would be contacted. Were there reasons to need to make a report that it's just too noisy and there's too much going on there that is interfering with our home life? And how quickly would they respond? And how quickly would we know that it was being taken care of? So thank you. That's my concern there. It is a quiet neighborhood, and I was very surprised, really, to hear that this was being put up for a short-term rental. And the homes, as you know, are very, very close to one another, very adjacent. So
Thank
any
you.
additional
That was-
outside interference would.
Sir, we have
Thank you.
one, sir, just
Yes.
1 second. We have one question for you. George?
Hi. So have you had problems next door? I mean, have you called? Have you experienced any concerns?
No, I have not. I've
Okay.
been in the backyard only to see different people on the second deck and hear them talking. I mean, if they're just talking, you can hear everything they're saying, but I have had no reason, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
The remaining speakers are virtual participants.
Well, he's gone
Hold
away.
on 1 second. You want one question? Sir, do you mind coming back up one more time? Mr. Commissioner Redmond has something to say, or a question for you.
No, I was just going to say, you haven't had any problem, but you can hear people up on the deck talking. How would that be any different than this gentleman and his 4 children if they were up on the deck talking? I don't know how the impact is any different.
I guess the difference
Wouldn't
would
4
be.
children be kind of noisy?
The difference would be on short-term rentals for a person, a couple of them coming in, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever, to enjoy the beach area down there. You can just sort of anticipate that they're not going, that it's going to be different than the family members who would respect you as a neighbor and therefore would not be, exceedingly loud or whatever. These are people that are, as you know, are coming in to have a good time down near the beach, most likely. And so it would need to be managed very closely.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Clerk, go ahead with your virtual.
Peggy Farrell. Peggy, we will unmute your mic. If you will pause 2 to 3 seconds, you can begin your comments.
Good afternoon, I'm Peggy Farrell. I live at 401, which is next to 544 General Booth. I've lived here for over 10 years, so I have had the long-term rentals, and now the last 3 months since Labor Day, the home has been rented out with this short-term rental, and I just find it not consistent with people that are working. The decks and the fire pit are all advertised on the rental sites. They face our house, and we do hear noise from that. And no, Tim is not noisy, but some of the guests have been. We've had people out on the second floor deck at 4 a.m. We've had people open the double doors and play music into the night, and I've screamed out my window to have them quiet down. I also work from home and will work from home permanently, and my office is on that side of the house. Previously, the rental, the people maybe didn't take care of the property as well as Tim does, but they were not college age students. They were like 30 years old, and they all had jobs, and so they all had a similar pattern. I feel this short-term rental is very disruptive to a neighborhood of hardworking people. I don't know of a complaint process. I would be happy to use one if we had one. I did not want to call the police because they have enough to do. And I don't want to live next door to a motel. That's not why I bought my house here. I feel it's very disruptive, and it changes the character of our neighborhood. And this would be the third residence in our neighborhood that is now or would be a short-term rental.
Ma'am, we have one question for you. Hold on just 1 second, please.
Ms. Farrell, when you did have concerns, did you call Tim? Did you contact him and discuss it?
Contact information.
Thank you very much.
And our final speaker on this item is James Farrell. James, we will unmute your mic if you will pause 2 to 3 seconds and begin your comments.
Hello, my name is James Farrell. I live at 401 Grace Avenue. I'm a current member of the Rudy Heights Civic League and a former president of the Rudy Heights Civic League. Mr. Lee, the owner of the property, purchased this house late last year, did some nice cosmetic renovations to it, and he started renting it early in the summer, all summer, every weekend, without consultation to any of the neighbors or his plans or our concerns before he decided to make it a weekly rental party house. He advertises the place to this day on VBRO, and he advertises it as a fire pit close to the beach party place. The street I live on Grace Avenue. There's no sidewalks, but from the grass on one side of the street to the other side of the street is 17 feet. A normal car is around 6 feet wide. A truck probably around 7 foot wide. These vehicles were parked down Grace Avenue every weekend all summer. The parties were constant. Movement of people were constant. Mr. Lee, since that time, has not been following the rules. He's been renting this property knowing that it's not in an area that is approved for short-term rentals. So why now, after he would get approved, do you think he would follow any of the current rules and regulations, zoning regulations concerning the open fire pits, the parking situation of his guests, not of him, but of his guests? On October 23rd, early Friday morning, I had a massive heart attack. I'm lucky it was early enough Friday that his guests had not arrived, because the emergency response equipments would not have been able to get down Grace Avenue without rolling up on other people's lawns just to get down the street. After my situation, there were several other incidents that required emergency medical treatment and their equipment in the neighborhood. Those are the concerns that should be a concern for everybody in the city, not just us. They shouldn't be letting house guests block access to emergency vehicles. Grace Avenue on its own, there's no parking restriction, and it should have a parking restriction.
That was our last speaker, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lee, would you like to come up?
Just to, I love my neighbors, and it makes me sad that they're unhappy. And my rental record is a matter of fact on VRBO. It's easily verified. I've had 3 rentals. You can go on, I can bring you the records, I can show you. The fact that someone would come here and just misrepresent the facts saddens me greatly. And I would be happy to provide you with a full documentation of what's been rented, what days, and when I stopped. And it's all available. It's one of the great things about VRBO. I had 3 rentals in September. They were two days each. That's it. So that's all I have. Any
Mr.
questions?
Weiner?
Yes, I got one question. You mentioned that you're usually an hour and a half away. So you don't have not hired a leasing agent or anybody like that to take care of
I have
problems?
not.
Hold on a second. So, because in the ordinance, there's a time frame that you have to comply with. If there's a problem, you need to have somebody there within, is it 30 minutes? 30 minutes.
Right.
Right?
I didn't know that, but, I mean, if that's the case, I can certainly arrange to be in town. I have lots.
But that's on the staff report you signed.
Okay.
Okay, so that you have to follow that.
Right.
Okay, so, but I'm just saying that's real important.
I can make arrangements to be in town. I would agree with my neighbors that there shouldn't be parking on Grace Avenue, but there is. I don't want people parking in my yard every day, but they do.
And who are those people?
Neighbors. They have a full, their houses have 6 cars there, and rather than park in their driveway, they park in my yard. Do I like it? Is that the congestion he's talking about? That's been going on for a long time. This didn't start with me. My record is clear, and it's easily verified. And if someone to misrepresent that, it's disappointing. And like I said, I'm not here to have a party house. The rental says no parties. If the fire pit's a problem, I take it away. I mean, these are easy mitigated circumstances. No one's called me. Jim has my phone number. No one's ever called me. But, either way, I appreciate your time. I will respect your decision. And from what you've done here today, I'm more than happy to be fine with what you decide. It's not a life or death thing for me. It's just something I enjoy doing, and people enjoy visiting the beach.
Thank you very much.
And by the way, there's no access. The top floor of my house, it does have a crow's nest, and I have requirements that area is closed. If I need to lock that area out, I can do that. So, like I said, these are all easily addressed items. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'm going to close the hearing, and we'll open it up for some discussion. Mr. Wall.
That's just a general question. Can city staff discuss the representation, the 30-minute representation condition? Thanks.
Currently, as the zoning ordinance is written, Commissioner Wall, it says that a representative of the applicant has to be able to respond within 30 minutes to the issue. It does not mean they have to physically respond, so they can respond to the people renting by phone. So that is the current requirement of the ordinance.
Yeah, the issues that are being brought up are what's in our current ordinance right now, and that's the problem, is that they start renting and they start doing this and they've not read the ordinance, and so you have this incompatibility in the neighborhood because he's not performing according to what we're already asking. And therein lies the issue. And I'm not quite sure when he filled out the application, did he? I mean, he still wasn't aware that there was this response time or all the other things that are required of him. And I don't know.
All right. As I stated, I'm pretty familiar with the property. I lived on this street, and I lived down the street for 30 years. And I just sold my house. I did move 6 months ago, so I'm very familiar with what's been going on. I did sell the house 2 months ago, or a month ago. So I'm very familiar with the parking situation, but I don't own the property now. So I just wanted that out front and center. But I hear the complaints, and my biggest concern again is to have the neighborhood with their quiet enjoyment. And I think it's our duty to make sure that and preserve the neighborhood. But one thing I always bring up, and it's management. I stress the management, and I'm going to keep stressing the management on these short-term rentals, and quick response and due diligence to make sure that the adjacent property owners are not that we're trying to, do everything we can to make them happy, but we're trying to make sure that they're enjoying the property that they own. And having said that, I'm going to recommend denial for this application. Oh, sorry.
Is this in a proposed overlay district?
No.
No? Thank you.
This neighborhood is just north of
South.
Croatan.
Yeah.
It's just north of Croatan. It's on the other side of Rudy Bridge. Yes, Mr. Inman.
This particular house is just in a bad location for a short-term rental. We've heard time and again what we got. Obstruction of view it's just going to happen. Obstruction of the sidewalk, it's just going to happen. It's going to keep happening. I don't know how anybody who's not there could stop it. The close proximity of the houses, the number of people that could be here for a short-term rental is greater than your typical, I think. I don't know, and it's in a neighborhood that's doesn't really. I'm looking at the map, showing what other short-term rentals are supposed to be going on. I don't see anything for several blocks, except maybe one way up. So I'm going to support George's view on it, and I would deny it.
Madam Clerk, anybody else?
Second.
I have a motion for denial and a second by Mr. Inman. Can you call for the question, please?
Commissioner Alcaraz?
Aye.
Commissioner Barnes is absent. Commissioner Costin is absent. Commissioner Graham?
Aye.
Commissioner Horsley is absent. Commissioner Inman?
Aye.
Commissioner Klein?
Aye.
Commissioner Redmond?
Aye.
Commissioner Wall?
Aye.
Commissioner Weiner?
Aye.
Commissioner Oliver?
Aye.
By a recorded vote of 8-0, item number 19 has been recommended for denial.
All right, I do believe that was our last item on the agenda for today. Is there any further business?
Just real quick, Mr. DeHaan, you're going to let us know when you start doing this virtual for short-term rentals. You'll get up with us, let us know.
Yes, Commissioner Weiner, once we get it all scheduled, we'll send it out via email to all of the planning commissioners for you to attend if you choose to. It is, I'll use the word, it's a public meeting for or public comment period, so not necessarily a hearing of the commission. So it is a way for us to obtain input.
Okay. And then we'll decide what we're going to do about either when the workshop would be.
That is, well, I would, at your discussion previously, I would probably anticipate trying to do a workshop after the January public hearing if possible.
Okay.
Great. Mike?
On the application form, is that where they put down who is the contact person? Is that on the application?
That is correct.
Okay, so, well, but it seems like we have applicants who they seemed unaware that they're supposed to have anybody but didn't they write it on an application? So I don't understand. Maybe if they're told by staff, you're going to get asked at the hearing, who's your contact person? You're going to want to know.
So when you fill this out, it's all there. I mean, it's unmistakable. And anything that is not filled out properly, you're emailed right away by Mr. Miller, who does a very thorough job on these forms. And that's why it is interesting to me that the people that take the time to fill it out, and there's pages of them, don't understand at the end of the form what is required of them. So, Mr. Redmond.
Bobby, would it be possible for you to get us a copy of those forms?
Yes, sir.
I mean, I'd like to, that's a good point. I'd like to read this stuff. I have not made a application, so I've never seen them. I'd like to see what people see.
It's right online. I mean, you just.
Oh, it is?
It
Okay.
is. You
We
go
will
to.
still send it to you.
Okay. All right, well, can you get it for us anyway? Listen, it's right online. After 947 clicks, it's online. And so
It's really-
I don't believe that.
No,
I'll buy that.
Dave.
I've been there,
I'm with you on
done
that.
that before.
No, I mean, absolutely. I will tell you this, as far as the city website's concerned, granted, there's a lot of things you got to click through. This one, it's a 1-2 punch. This is not rocket scientist. It's easy to get to, it's easy to fill out, it's easy to understand. So, Anyway, before we're all done, I would like to thank you all very much for attending. I know it's been a long day, and I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a Happy Holiday and a great New Year going forward. Hopefully, 2021 is much more pleasant than 2020, because we certainly have all struggled through this year. And George wants to get a group photo, so you can't leave.
We gotta have our history.
So with that, we need a group photo, and but with 6 feet apart. But I'm going to adjourn the meeting for that. So we're done.